The Alpha Assassin, a YA shifter romance, the Holder Series, Book 3. Written by Debbie Civil. Narrated by Lauren Rodriguez. Prologue. Where it all begins. My dearest Rune, after our home was destroyed by that monster. Yes, I'm calling him a monster. He doesn't deserve for me to write his name. I escaped into the human world. Our pride has succumbed to his dominance. I have no supernatural allies. I'm now living with my sister Sabrina, a 40-something-old independent woman who operates a horse farm. She was rather shocked to see me since my ex-husband Michael reported David and me missing. The spectacle my ex-husband made in the media after you rescued me from my pathetic human life still haunts me until this day. I'm not being dramatic. Just last week, someone at the grocery store remarked that I resembled Sharon Jabber. I laughed it off and smothered the urge to murder the human. You know how they are, my love. They have loose tongues. I must admit, I disobeyed your directive to never tell humans of our existence. I told my sister what I was. She was more fascinated than afraid. I'm going to dismiss a lot of your teachings from now on. If it weren't for your hesitance to turn David, none of us would have been in this mess to begin with. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, dear. I want to put this down in writing, as if you can read it from the great beyond. I think that's the only way I can function. It wasn't my idea to write to you. That honor goes to Sabrina, who used journaling to cope with me missing. She says it was therapeutic writing to me, updating me on major life changes, such as the day she won the state lottery. She also droned on about the first horse she purchased. She named him Carl. Had I been around, I would have advised her not to name her favorite animal after our late grandfather. He was an asshole who swindled people out of money. But to my kind-hearted sister, Grandpa Carl will always be a hero. I've actually sat and read a lot of the entries, though I know that won't be the case for you. In reality, you'll never lay eyes on my accounting. But it's okay. If you don't benefit, someone else will. The story I have to tell you is one of survival, vengeance, and domination. I know you hate the word vengeance. I still recall what you used to say to the young men and women that wanted to retaliate against a Pride member for a perceived offense. Vengeance won't pay your bills, buy you luxuries, or put food on the table, unless you plan on robbing a billionaire. My love, I disagree with that sentiment. Vengeance is what fuels my spirit. Ever since our fated mate bond has been broken, there's nothing left for me. I use vengeance because without it, I feel nothing but emptiness. It's the only emotion I can feel these days. I'm not happy, sad, frustrated, or any of the other things I took for granted while living with you. I'm simply vengeful. Darling, I'll take that vengeance, and I'll make every person that took you away from me suffer greatly. I'll make them regret the day they dared march onto my territory to steal my pride from under me. They'll pay, and I'll correct your mistakes. After all, I'm your better half, your alpha female, the assassin that always kills her mark. Love, a pissed-off widow. Sharon Sampson shoved the journal into the black tote bag she carried with her. She didn't trust her sister's employees. They'd read her words, and she'd have to bother to kill them. Sharon stood from the tacky brown couch in the living room and sniffed. She allowed her senses to lead her to her sister, Sabrina was in the yellow functional kitchen making tuna sandwiches. Sharon wrinkled her nose. She couldn't stand tuna. Her sister was dressed in overalls and steel-toed boots. Her hair was tucked under a baseball cap, and her fingernails were short with clear nail polish. She screamed self-sufficient outdoors woman. "That reeks," Sharon commented. Sabrina sighed. "I can make you a turkey and cheese sandwich. What about a medium rare steak?" "I don't have steak. Do you want money to buy some from the store?" "I can't go grocery shopping today. Carl has an appointment with the vet." "The turkey and cheese will work. Tonight, we have planning to do." There was no way in hell Sharon would spend another night in this miserable house. Chapter 1. The First Meeting. I clenched my teeth, trying not to crumble at the barrage of emotions. Excitement, anger, worry, bitterness, and desperation all pounded at my heart. Being an empath sucked worse than getting a tooth pulled without Novocaine. I should know, because I had experienced that one before. I was one of the rare individuals who was allergic to Novocaine. I stumbled when it was my turn to depart the private jet. It was just after sunset, and the airstrip was nearly deserted. The cool air was soothing as it caressed my warm cheeks. In less than an hour, I'd be reunited with my twin. The thought of seeing my brother again made lightness fill my soul. It distracted me from everyone's emotions just for a moment. The distraction was short-lived because Paula approached me. "Summer isn't gonna make it for the entire ride." The Empress's beta female kept her comment above a whisper. Summer was too preoccupied with dealing with her terrified mother to eavesdrop on us. She helped her mother, a scrawny woman with caramel-colored skin and dark matted shoulder-length hair, into the van before getting in herself. I shrugged. "You should sit with her then." Paula's nerve slithered into me like a slimy worm. I needed to get off this airstrip fast. The woman met my eyes, hoping to intimidate me. My throat itched to issue an alpha command. Had I not been a part of the Wolfen Falls, New Hampshire pack, I would have been an alpha female in my own right. Hell, I was dominant enough to take on the cowardly Empress who couldn't be bothered to destroy her enemies on her own. Instead of glancing away, the beta female turned on her heels and marched into the van. Zach whistled. "We can't abandon her on the side of the road, right?" I shot my friend a smile and hopped into the driver's seat. As I drove closer to the pack house, my body was urging me to shift. I gripped the steering wheel, trying not to go wolf. For one thing, it would destroy pack property. Money was tight. There was no need to add an extra expense. It felt like my skin was being caressed by sharp nails. The last time I felt this sensation, it led to devastation. Caden was sitting on the edge of his bed, intent on the fighting game he was losing. Frustration wafted from him in soft bursts. I liked being around my twin. His emotions didn't overtake me the way the other pack members did. I sat beside him and waited a moment. He let out a groan and paused his game. "Hey, sis, what's wrong?" he asked. I sighed. "Do you have to go with Dad tomorrow?" They were planning on flying to Wolfen Falls, North Carolina, to meet with Ryan Brackstone. He was a relatively unknown alpha who mostly kept to himself. Even then, my instincts were screaming at me to stay away. Caden shrugged. "Dad thinks it'll be good for me. Want to go instead? We can tell Dad that you'll take over the pack." I snorted. No one would be happy about that, and you know it. Their opinions don't matter. The Empress could just command them to like you. Cade rubbed his face. You'd make a better alpha than me. I don't have what it takes, Camille. I heard Justin talking about challenging me if Dad steps down. Justin Harris was Dad's beta. He was a jerk. So I wasn't surprised that he didn't find Cade worthy. You're more dominant. You'll destroy him, I said, wanting to get back on track. Sadness trickled into my twin. I don't want to kill Justin. I rubbed my arms. An uncomfortable sensation was beginning to attack my skin with vengeance. Then tell the Empress to move him to another pack. He doesn't have family here. Caden frowned. What's bothering you, Cammy? I need you to stay behind. I hated lying, but every instinct screamed at me to protect my twin. I need you. Caden shot me a soft smile. Is Blake giving you a hard time? I wanted to snort, not seeing that annoying guy as much of a challenge. I was more dominant, and he was threatened by that. From time to time, he'd shoot snide remarks at me. Cade did his best to discourage kids from picking on me, but I wasn't bothered by them, since I could sense their emotions. I hadn't told anyone my secret. My instincts told me to keep my mouth shut. I want to go to the spring formal. It's a rite of passage, you know? The spring formal was for freshmen and sophomores who weren't able to snag an invite to prom. Cade grinned. You want to go to the dance with all those people? Why? I shrugged. It's about time I did something normal. Besides, this is the only reason Mom and Dad will accept for you staying behind. Cade wrapped his arms around me. The love he felt for me nearly brought tears to my eyes, but I held them back since I hated crying. Cammy, I don't care if you want to go to the spring formal so you can pull pranks on the other kids. I'm happy you'll make a sacrifice to get me out of the trip. The horrid sensation vanished and I left the room. In the end, Mom was thrilled about Cade escorting me to the dance. I suffered through the dance and suffered some more when I got home. That was the night the plane holding my parents and 20 members of our pack crashed. My parents were the only survivors. As soon as I parked, I sucked in a breath. The emotions of my packmates were always the strongest after a battle. I could feel the battle fatigue, worry, and triumph lingering in the air. But another sensation was consuming me. The urge to shift and hunt. I rushed from the vehicle, unable to stand still. I paced in front of the pack house, trying to practice breathing exercises that I hadn't needed since I was a pup. As I centered myself, the door opened and a tingle brushed my neck. Pete Wilson, the wolf I turned, hurried out. He approached Summer, relief in his eyes. Wanda slammed into him, her arms wrapping around his body. The pair began kissing passionately. What the hell? Wasn't that couple divorced? The lust I felt from him made me suspect that they were fated mates. Oh, come on, Summer complained, as a squealing Jolene nearly knocked her over. When Summer's best friend pulled away from the embrace, her face grew serious. So glad that you weren't here last night. I think I'm scarred for life. Cade was like a wrecking ball on the battlefield, and Landon lost his mind. Lost his mind? Summer asked. I always knew that Landon was a loose cannon. He nearly shifted at the high school not too long ago. There were these fox shifters who admitted to being okay with the death of children. He slashed them all to pieces with a knife, Jolene explained. My gut twisted at that level of violence. He's unhinged. Caden is trying to figure out what to do with him. My poor twin wouldn't have the heart to put him down, especially when it would destroy Clara. You're back, Jeannie squealed as she joined Summer and Jolene. Once upon a time, I would have tried to be part of that group. I yearned to walk over to the girls and ask them how they were. But my gift wouldn't allow me to befriend them. How could I have a meaningful conversation with people who could potentially lie? I despise liars. I hated asking someone a question, reading a negative emotion, then getting a positive response. Why are your parents kissing like that in public? Jolene wondered. It was a fair question. Pete had Wanda's back pressed to the side of the house, her arms and legs wrapped around him. Their lips were still locked. Hey, Summer, Larry greeted as he walked over to our alpha female. It was an improvement that he wasn't sneering at her. Is my dad drunk or something? Summer asked, gesturing at the couple. Larry shrugged. Is that woman your mom? Yes, Summer answered. The current beta of the pack flung an arm around our alpha female. It hurt that I wasn't acknowledged by anyone. People would much rather let me be. Kate is almost done. He'll come out for you in a second, Blake assured her. Paula, make them stop, Summer cried. Why? They're holders, Paula announced. They're divorced. They hate each other, Summer protested. If I break them up, they will only kiss again, she argued. You could at least tell them to get a room, Zach commented as he gave Blake a high five. I was about to say something to Summer, but pain gripped my chest. I was startled and stopped my pacing. The door opened, and my universe changed. A dark-haired man walked over to me, his dark, enchanting eyes traveling up and down my body. The desire he felt for me nearly made me combust. I was stunned since I hadn't been attracted to any shifter the way I was to the stranger. Hell, I was about to take his hand and drag him into the house. I could feel my mother's eyes on me. Her emotions were familiar in a comforting way. She was watching from the kitchen window. I could sense that much. She was the kind of person who enjoyed being late to a party. She was confused and interested. Hey, lovely lady. Aren't you going to introduce yourself to me? The sexy wolf shifter asked. I squeaked, shocked that he was attempting to talk to me. His desire for me didn't mean he would. There were some guys at school who lusted after me, but my personality kept them from shooting their shot. I took a breath and approached him. His presence chased away the emotions that were attacking me. I'm Camille, I said. David. He replied in a husky tone that made my insides fill with lava. He cupped my cheeks, his eyes searching mine. His touch nearly made me explode. It was then that I realized that David was my holder, the one man meant for me. Finally, I didn't have to be alone. When he kissed me, my pack's presence didn't matter anymore. His lips moved against mine like we'd been kissing for the last 5 years. His tongue surged into my mouth, making my body explode with sensations. Oh, great. Now we have 2 kissing couples, Summer complained. I ignored my future sister-in-law's words. She was thrilled for me. I wrapped my arms around David's neck and continued kissing him. His hands traveled up and down my back, making me want to strip out of my t-shirt. Feeling his skin on mine would only heighten this experience. "Camille Rose Drake, stop that this instant!" my mother ordered. So, she finally decided to join the party. Damn, I thought she'd continue watching from the window. I stopped kissing my holder, but kept my arms where they were. "He's my holder," I explained. Everyone's astonishment nearly knocked me off my feet. Pleasure lit David's eyes, his excitement making me grin. "We should get out of here. My mother's insane. She'll probably break out the wedding magazines." He lifted me into his arms and rushed into the house. Chapter 2. Screw Fate. "I have a holder," David thought as he held Camille in his arms. He carried her into the kitchen, his canines already elongating. He'd claim his princess then. He paused in a long hallway that led to a spacious living room and considered something. Rune. David was about to behave exactly like Rune, who claimed a stranger without asking. His instincts told him that it didn't matter. Camille was his, and she would accept David's claim. In fact, her body was probably craving the same thing. But David carried her into the living room and abruptly deposited her on the couch. He forced himself to take a seat on the couch across from her. "I'm sorry," David said, his throat suddenly as dry as a drained lake. The beauty with dark hair and eyes that were so blank that it killed him stared at him. His canines tingled as he studied her. All he wanted was to take a big bite out of her and... hell no. Rune plucked Sharon from the street and bit her, without consequence. David utterly refused to be that person. Besides, he had to reunite with the father that he had longed to see for 8 years. He opened his mouth, preparing to say that he wasn't interested in bonding at the moment, but then he shook his head. A sigh caused David to glance at the doorway, where an unimpressed Jolene was standing. "You two are the most unexciting pair of holders to watch. All you're going to do is stare at one another? After the crap I had to go through last night, I figured that you could provide some sort of entertainment," Jolene complained as she tapped her sock-clad foot. "Sorry, Jolene. I'm currently speechless," David admitted. "Why?" Jolene demanded. "Camille is such a catch. She's strong, independent, and can seriously kick ass. And the best part is that she's hot. So move things along and claim her. I can't stand it when people try to fight fate. It's pointless," she lectured. "Yeah, I saw what a quick claiming is like," David snapped. "If I claim Camille, it's going to be after a few years." Jolene covered her mouth as if David had confessed to going fishing in sewage water. "Are you insane? You're dominant as hell. You think that you'll last that long without claiming Camille?" Jolene asked. David's holder got to her feet and shot a glare in his direction. "Screw fate," Camille declared before storming out of the room. Jolene dramatically tossed herself on the couch as David's heart began aching. It was obvious that Camille was upset about David's 180-degree turn. "Nice going," Jolene said, her sarcasm annoying David. "Now, what's your plan for winning her back?" Before David could even tell Jolene that he had no clue, a tired-looking Landon entered the room. The wildness hadn't quite left his eyes, and fur was still covering his arms. But at least the fella's claws were sheathed. "Jolene," the crazed shifter said, his eyes momentarily filling with rage. But then he blinked and the fur vanished, which was a good thing, David supposed. "Landon, are you going to butcher the rest of us?" Jolene asked. "Not the right thing to say," David warned as Landon ran a hand through his tangled blonde hair. "They killed children, and I'm the crazy one?" Landon shouted. Jolene held up her hands and shook her head. "Believe me, I appreciated how you got rid of our enemies before I could bleed out. I just don't want to bleed out again, ever," Jolene explained as Clara entered the room, followed by Todd. She rested a hand on the crazed shifter's arm. "I like having you to myself, Clara," Landon said, his eyes practically leaking passion. Clara's cheeks turned scarlet, and she pulled her hand away and wiped it on her jeans. "No, Landon, I'm still pissed at you. I can't believe you did something so stupid," Clara cried. "I was angry," Landon shouted, his white fur appearing on his skin yet again. "I was about to lose everything." "You wouldn't have lost anything if you had been loyal," Clara shot back. David glanced at Jolene, who made eye contact. She flinched and lowered her eyes because David was more dominant. "I was loyal. Didn't I prove it to you? When the pack needed me, I fought with everything I had. I always fight with everything I have," Landon said, tears streaming down his face. "Sometimes you need to give up, Landon. Sometimes you need to realize that not everything is worth fighting for," Clara fought back. David felt concerned when Landon's pause made an appearance. Could the woman just shut up? It wasn't worth arguing when the guy was so unstable. "You're worth it, Clara. You know that you are," Landon sobbed. "If I'm worth it, you'll keep your mouth shut," Clara said before taking a deep breath. "Come on, Landon. I need to." "What's going on?" Felix demanded as he stepped into the room, followed by his wife, Paula. The couple wore designer sweaters, crisp jeans, and expensive-looking boots. They were coordinated, which was quite strange. "Nothing," Clara said, her hands gripping Landon's fur-covered arm. "I command you to tell me what you're hiding, Clara," Paula said. Clara tried to fight the order. Her forehead became dotted with sweat. She shook, and blood began pouring from her nose. But then the words just slipped out. "Landon was the one who texted Benny the bookie to tell him that Summer's best friend lived next door. He wanted to punish Jolene for sending me the emails of their secret conversations. He wanted Benny the bookie's men to attack Jolene. He wanted her to feel unsafe. And I didn't know about it. I was so mad at Landon that I blocked him out. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry that Jeannie got attacked. All I wanted was for my holder to love me. When he didn't, I was so mad," Clara cried. "It all got worse when the Empress found out about it. She told us that either we spy on Caden and Summer, or she'd tell Caden what we knew." David eyed Felix, who raised his hand. He knew from the anger on Felix's face what was coming. "Felix, I command you to take a nap," David ordered, and the beta male dropped to the hard wood with a plop. David eyed Paula, who shot a glare at him. "What was that for?" she demanded. Felix was going to kill them. That should be Kate's decision. David insisted as he got to his feet. Paula grinned. "No, young beta. It's actually our decision who lives and dies in our territory," Paula said before she raised her hands. Her hands grew bright with light, and it shot toward the duo. "No!" a woman shrieked, but it was too late. The mad wolf leaped in the air and crashed into the white light, protecting his holder from the burst of power. Clara slammed into the wall, her head taking the brunt of the impact. Paula glanced down at Landon's charred body and shrugged. I wanted to get them both, but justice was done since the girl did nothing. Rachel sped into the room, tears springing down her face. She eyed her daughter, who was out cold on the floor, and a flicker of relief filled her face before she shook it away. She sat beside her unconscious daughter and began to weep. "Clara, I order you to stay alive. You shall not fade away with your holder," Paula said in a booming tone. All David heard was a whimper that told him that she was still alive. He couldn't take seeing this crap anymore. Caden ran into the room, his eyes wild with anger. "Before you flip, Landon betrayed your pack, Caden," Paula announced. "Jolene, recount everything." David wanted to leave, to escape the dead body that rested on the ground, but he didn't trust a snake like Paula with Cade. When Jolene finished explaining everything, Caden responded by letting out a primal scream. He raised his hand, and Paula was sent crashing through the wall. His eyes landed on Landon, who was burnt to a crisp. Cade knelt beside his fallen packmate and bowed his head. No one heard a heartbeat, and everyone knew what it meant. Cade furiously rubbed his eyes, his face twisted with grief that cut deep. Camille stormed back into the room, her blank eyes staring at Landon's charred body. Her eyes moved to Felix, then to Paula, who was halfway through a wall and nodded. David noted that she wore a pair of jeans, knee-high boots, and a motorcycle jacket. She had 2 helmets in her grip, but she tossed both of them on the couch before pulling Paula out of the wall. The woman had cuts, bruises, and splinters. Surprisingly, she was actually blinking her eyes open. "Camille," she said, "don't kill me. That would be treason against the Empire. Plus, you need me." Camille bit her lip. "The Empress isn't that dominant. I'll take my chances." Fear actually flashed across Paula's face, which gave David some pleasure. But he had to stop Camille. "We can't kill her, Camille," he reluctantly told her. "That should be up to Caden." David stood and strode forward, his hard eyes on a trembling Paula. "You will not harm any member of my pack, even if they harm you," David demanded. "You will agree for us to inject you with wolfsbane and give you 50 lashes for undermining Caden's authority," Camille said. Paula blanched, because 50 lashes from an angry alpha would probably kill her. "You will donate $2 million to our pack as penance," David commanded as Cade got to his feet. "I'd rather just kill her and take my chances with the Empress," Cade said. "I tell you to go for it if you want to be Emperor. You'd be a fine choice," Lisa interjected as she walked into the room. "If you're angry that I killed a traitor, you would make a terrible Emperor," Paula snapped. Cade nodded. "It's a good thing that I have no interest in ruling anyone. Now get up and get your mate out of here before I kill you both," Cade said. David held up a hand. "Felix, wake up," David ordered. Felix opened his eyes and blinked furiously. He sat up and eyed Landon's charred body and nodded. "You will not hurt any member of our pack, even if they hurt you. You will also not interfere when Paula is injected with wolfsbane and is given 50 lashes," Camille stated. Felix cursed. "He was a traitor." "He was our traitor to deal with," Cade shouted. To David's surprise, Felix nodded in understanding. "You do know that the Alpha commands are a little much, right?" Felix asked. "Killing a kid for acting like a 12-year-old mean girl was a bit much," David snapped as he studied his holder. She was still expressionless, which concerned him. "The Empress once killed someone for spilling a hot cup of coffee on her skirt," Felix replied. "You guys wouldn't survive a day in her inner circle." I had an alpha that was just as cruel. I have no desire to survive in that kind of environment," David commented. "He's dead. Someone has to clean up the mess." "I'm taking my holder on a trip," Camille said, her voice flat. She grabbed one of the helmets and handed it to David, who put it on without question. She then put on her own helmet and gestured for him to follow her out of the room. Chapter 3. Who's to blame? No, not again. Please don't let this happen again. I should have known that the horde sensation was an omen of tragedy. I had assumed that David pulling away from me was worse enough, but Landon dying was unthinkable. I didn't like the guy, but he was Pack, which meant that people would grieve. I stumbled out of the house and tried not to bolt down the street. David was hesitantly following me, unaware of the storm of emotions that were attacking my heart. I tried to stand up straight, but the grief my packmates felt was encumbering me. I closed my eyes and counted backward from 10 to 1. I hoped that focusing on a mental exercise would give me some peace. But the grief was too strong, and mingled in with the grief was a hefty amount of blame. Caden thought this was his fault. I rubbed my forehead with my left hand, hoping that the motion could prevent the headache. But no dice. It was like a drummer smacking my head over and over again with a drumstick. I hadn't experienced that one yet, but I was still young. I had no qualms about taking one of the Harleys that the Fox shifters rode in on. Since Landon killed them all, it wasn't like they would make use of it. The one I rode over only had one scratch and a full gas tank. I had quickly sent it out where the shifters had hidden their money and took half. They must have been hired by Ryan Bragstone to attack our pack, because they carried a lot of cash in their saddlebags. I reminded myself to text Caden about the money later. David's uncertainty caused impatience to flare up in me. "Is your alpha gonna come after us if we leave?" I thought of my twin who was beating himself up about this. I knew it was harsh to leave him, but I had to. I couldn't stand dealing with this amount of grief. I was too overwhelmed by finding my holder, the conflict with Ryan Bragstone, and the grief everyone felt. Landon's death triggered me in a way that no one would ever understand. Probably. But if I tell him that I need to get away for a while, he'll hold off for a bit. David threw up his hands. "Sorry, Princess. I'm not doing that for you. I know what happens when you take an alpha's prized possession." Was this man calling me a princess? I didn't think the nickname was fitting, since I was the pack member who always got her hands dirty. Wouldn't Summer be his prized possession? I wondered. David nodded. "I've dealt with enough alphas over the years. A lot of them hired the pride I was imprisoned by to kill people. It all comes down to this. They love being in control and will make their enemies suffer. If I take you from your pack, I'll be Caden's enemy. Your brother seems nice enough, but he has to have those instincts in him." "I'm sure Ryan Bragstone would agree with you, but in my brother's case, he's as good as they come. All he ever wanted was for us to be fed, cared for, and for the taxes to be paid. Caden's actually more dominant than our empress, but refuses to overthrow her. He's the best guy I know." David relaxed. "Good, Princess. I'm so relieved to hear this. Now let's go back inside. If we leave, we might get caught by that tyrant. I was lucky enough to escape him the first time." David had a point, but I didn't think I could spend another second on pack territory. As we stood there, the flashbacks were threatening to swallow me whole. "I'll go alone. You don't want me around anyway." I was half tempted to hop on the bike and make a run for it. Taking David along for companionship was a stupid idea. He rubbed his face. Camille, I have 2 goals. I want to keep you from being kidnapped by Ryan Bragstone, and I want to find my dad. I can do both those things from packed territory. I don't have a reason to venture out. David prevented himself from claiming me because he was afraid. He'd need time to adjust to having a soulmate. I broke down, deciding that telling him a sliver of the truth was better than being stuck here. I'm going without you then. I have to. I can't stay here for Landon's funeral. Everyone's emotions will tear me up. David frowned. You had a thing for Landon? Or was he your best friend? I gripped my chest and wheezed out my next words. Neither. As my vision blurred, David grew concerned. Princess, what's wrong with you? His concern wasn't doing much to stop the effects. I can't. I'm an empath. It's too much. David took me into his arms, and his concern was so strong that it chased away the grief. I breathed in his scent, using it to slow my heart rate. I took deep breaths, glad that he wasn't questioning me. If I let you go, what will happen? I'll be overwhelmed by everyone's emotions again, I said. Princess, don't you worry. I'll get you out of here. David tried pulling away from me, but I held him closer. I feared what would happen when he separated from me. We stood there as our pack fell apart feet away. Princess, I need to start the bike, David said. I reluctantly let him go and sucked in a breath when a lance of sorrow pierced my heart. I stepped back and took deep breaths, trying to ensure that my throat didn't close. David hopped onto the bike and started the transmission. I quickly slid on behind him and wrapped my arms around his middle. The engine was loud and drowned out the sobs coming from the pack house. I rested my face against his back and nearly let out a squeak when David took off. Unlike me, who had ridden a motorcycle only a couple of times, my soulmate was an experienced rider. I took his lead, leaning left and right when he did. As soon as we left town, a weight lifted from my shoulders. I was finally able to breathe easy. The heavy emotions didn't restrict my airways. I enjoyed the ride, especially once David got onto the highway, which was free of stifling traffic. We rode for an hour, the wind smacking against my body, causing my skin to develop goosebumps. The jacket I was wearing wasn't doing much to protect me from the cold, but that slight discomfort meant nothing to me. I felt like a normal teenager for once, someone who wasn't constantly hiding from her gifts. All of the warm and fuzzies ended once David pulled into a nearly deserted parking lot of a diner. I counted to 10, not wanting to lose my temper. David didn't understand what it took for me to be around other people. Besides, maybe it was a good idea to stop. We needed to plot out what we were going to do for the next couple of days. I'd stay away long enough to avoid Landon's funeral. No, wait. I was probably better off if I stayed away for a couple of weeks. I needed to give the pack time to adjust to life without our arrogant packmate. As soon as David parked, I got off of the bike and stretched my arms over my head. David joined me, his eyes filling with concern. Are you all right, Princess? I shrugged. I'm hungry, and there aren't that many people here. It should be fine. I grabbed a wad of cash from the saddlebag and split it in half. I handed half to David, who frowned. Why are you giving me money? In case we're separated. We don't know who we're going to run into at this diner. My instincts are telling me that it's best if you also have some cash on you. Princess, How long do you plan on staying away? He was nervous to be away from our pack, and I couldn't blame him. Ryan Braxton would be happy to kidnap the sister of the Alpha that destroyed his mercenaries. I wasn't worried about him yet. I didn't sense any shifters in the proximity of the diner. We should probably go inside the diner. It closes in an hour, I said, gesturing to the hours of operation sign. How about you tell me what's going on, princess? I'm hungry, and we have a limited amount of time to get food at this. Something's not right with you. Explain your gift. No! My answer annoyed him. How about this? I'll stand here in the parking lot until you tell me what the hell is going on with you. I scowled. I'll just walk away then. David shook his head. So typical. This whole mate bond thing is bullcrap. You're just gonna use your connection to get your way. This ain't a partnership. You're running the show. David's rant cut me. He was right. We were supposed to be partners. So far, I dragged him from where he felt safe and insisted on wandering aimlessly. I'm selfish, I'll admit that. I'm not used to sharing things about myself. Everyone in my pack usually ignores me. I guess I'll have to get used to you. After saying those words, I walked into the diner. The place was blissfully calm. The two patrons, an elderly couple, were talking quietly in the back. The only waitress in the place was a tall woman with bleach blonde hair and friendly brown eyes. She was exhausted, which made me feel bad for walking in. Welcome to Betsy's. Are you eating alone? She asked. I wanted to actually place 2 orders to go, I clarified. David was too pissed to bother coming into the diner. The waitress didn't need to be privy to our drama. I left the diner 30 minutes later with a large pizza, 2 slices of chocolate cake, and 2 bottled waters. He eyed the food with surprise. Aren't you gonna help me with this? David reluctantly took the food and glanced around the area. He shrugged and sat on the sidewalk. I scowled at the stubborn idiot and joined him. He flipped open the pizza and frowned down at it. What's this? He asked. Buffalo chicken pizza, your favorite. I figured it would be a peace offering. I reached over and grabbed a slice and bit into it. I preferred Hawaiian pizza, but this would do. David frowned. How did you know that I liked buffalo chicken pizza? A knowing came over me that said that we didn't have much time to enjoy our meal. You might want to eat up. Trouble's coming soon. David helped himself to the pizza. I was glad that we could store the cake for later. I wasn't positive we'd have time to eat it. Chapter 4. Trouble. Panic hit me while I was scarfing down my 3rd slice of pizza. I jumped up, shoved the remaining bite into my mouth, and scanned the area. I peered down at David, who looked confused. Grab the food. Someone's in trouble. I raced for the bike, knowing that my soulmate would follow my directions. He had seen by now that my instincts could be trusted. He stuffed the food in the saddlebag and hopped on the bike. I put on my helmet before getting on behind him. Go back on the highway. We'll find them soon enough, I said. I'll do as you say. I just want you to explain what's going on later. I refused to make promises I couldn't keep. If I have time to explain, I will. David snorted. I'm sure you'll keep me busy, so I won't ask. In response to his doubt in me, I wrapped my arms around his middle and pressed my face to his back. Despite everything, I was glad I'd found my holder. He turned on the bike and took us away from the diner. It took 15 minutes to come across the panicked family. The Lexus was idling by the shoulder, the driver's door open. A submissive male stood by the car, his hands up. In front of him were 3 burly dominant shifters. I could sense 2 other wolves in the car, a child and a woman. David slowed down and let out a curse. I placed my hand on his shoulder. It wasn't time to strike just yet. We need to figure out why the wolves were being stopped. I hated to admit it, but if the submissives were evil, I would leave them to their fate. "I'll pay you. Please, don't do this," the submissive pleaded. The wolf in the center of the trio of dominant wolves stepped forward. He had short dark hair, alabaster skin, and was filled with aggression. He raised a meaty fist and swung at the face of the submissive wolf. He quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the punch. Amusement mingled in with the aggression the dominant male felt. "Leonard, stop fighting. The orders were clear. We can use force, but we can't kill you. Come peacefully. Your wife and daughter won't be harmed." Leonard scowled. "Just like Josie wasn't harmed? She was just in school, minding her own business when your alpha bombed the place. I'm not taking any chances with Gabby." David's curse told me that he understood the situation. Leonard was a member of the Wolfen Falls, New York pack. These enforcers were sent after him. Ryan Braxton wanted to rule over as many wolves as possible. It was all a numbers game for him. Instinct told me that he'd used alpha commands to fight the nature of the wolves. Leonard would be another soldier. It didn't matter that this place was probably looking after the children or elderly members of the pack. "Look, I'm sorry for your loss. Your sister was a dominant wolf who could have given a man strong pup someday. But she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Your former alpha was given chances to surrender to Ryan Braxton's greatness, but he refused. Doug's to blame for what happened. If you come with us, you'll see how innovative Ryan Braxton is." The man who spoke was hungering for Leonard to refuse him. He wanted to rough the man up a bit. "You aren't taking my family." Using his speed, Leonard pulled a handgun from out of the waistband of his jeans and fired it. The dominant man dropped to the concrete, blood oozing from his forearm. "Oh, Leonard, if you're gonna shoot a dominant wolf, you should always aim for the head," I thought to myself. David and I jumped off the bike as the other 2 shifters lunged for Leonard, and he desperately began firing off shots. One of the shifters rushed to the side and eyed an opening. His friend followed suit. Their fury told me that the submissive wolf wasn't going to have the luxury of being taken alive. Leonard's gun began clicking, and his wide, terrified blue eyes took in the situation. "Stop!" David shouted. His alpha command was so strong that it flattened all of the shifters, aside from me. We rushed over to the men, and I scowled down at them. I peered around the empty stretch of highway, rage nearly exploding out of me. How dare these dominant shifters corner this man in an area where humans could come upon them? What would have happened if a Good Samaritan tried helping Leonard and his family? According to our laws, if a human discovered that shifters existed, they would either have to be killed or turned. There were extenuating circumstances, like if a human from a small town discovered us. There was leeway in that instance, especially if the human agreed to never leave town. I glared at the spokesperson of the group. "Why are you having this dispute out in the open? What would have happened if a human witnessed this?" The man cautiously sat up, probably afraid that David would use his alpha command to knock him down again. "This is pack business. Keep it moving, Alpha." This was the kind of man who had no respect for a woman. I could sense it by the disgust emanating from him. He hated that someone like me had more power than him. "Answer my question," I commanded. Since I had a handle on my alpha commands, I used enough force only for the man to suffer a slight headache. I only made it hurt because he was a prick. If any humans came across us, we were ordered to turn them. I took deep breaths, trying not to bash this idiot over the head. He was seriously going to turn humans willy-nilly? What if these humans had families, spouses, people that would be looking for them? What if he turned an influencer or public figure? That would only expose our world. While I was thinking of the consequences of Ryan Bragstone's actions, rage exploded out of David. Before I could stop him, he grabbed the spokesperson of the group by the throat and tossed him into the back of the Lexus. The car shuddered from the impact. The little girl inside let out a scream. My soulmate's face twisted with anger, and he gripped the man's neck so tightly that I was worried he would snap it. I was more interested in rescuing David from the self-loathing that would keep him up at night. He'd regret murdering someone with his bare hands. How many people have you turned against their will? The prick didn't answer David's question, which was baffling. Tell me, or I'll use another alpha command. I don't really know how to use them well. Maybe I'll accidentally scramble your brain when I try again. The man in David's grip was terrified. I've turned 6 so far. The last 2 families I brought back to our territory weren't as submissive as Leonard. What were the names of the victims you turned? I would hardly call them victims. Most of them ended up being dominant, while one woman has the potential of being an alpha female. Ryan is allowing them to turn their families. Of course he is. He wants an army that surpasses the number of Empress Annabelle's troops. He'd command his soldiers to attack Wolfen Falls, Florida without mercy, while Empress Annabelle did her best to keep humans out of the shifter world. Ryan would do the opposite. If he took over as emperor, he'd reveal the existence of shifters to the human population. I'd have to do what I could to stop that. Too many people would die if Ryan took that course of action. David scowled. Did any of those people you turned take Ryan up on his offer? Obviously not. They're stupid humans. I'm sure they'll give in eventually, especially when they have the longing to be home for the holidays. I could hear a motor in the distance. We needed to keep it moving. Sleep, I demanded. The prick in David's grip immediately began snoring. David released him and turned to face me. His eyes were filled with determination. We need to go back home. We need to let Caden know what's happening. Ryan Bragstone's turning humans against their will. They're defenseless against him. We'll help them. We just can't do it from Caden's territory. The Empress doesn't give a rat's ass about the well-being of humans. She'll order him not to interfere. I thought you said that Caden was more dominant than the Empress. My brother isn't ready to challenge her yet. Until then, we must work independently of our pack. If I was being honest, my brother would never be ready to become emperor. Empress Annabelle wasn't fit for the job. She was overly concerned with assuring that her family stayed on the throne. I shoved thoughts of the Empress aside, not wanting to dwell on the delusional woman. David needed direction. He was taking the kidnapping and turning of humans personally. I sensed that this had something to do with his past. If rescuing humans gave David a purpose, I'd help him. We'll need to send Leonard and his family somewhere safe. I pulled my phone from my pocket and sent a text to my brother. Me. I'm sending wolves your way. Give them your blood and accept them into our pack. It's the only way they'll be safe from Bragstone. Caden. Come home. Me. I can't. Caden. No one will force you to go to Landon's funeral. I promise. I paused, shocked by his words. My twin noticed my discomfort more than I thought he had. Affection for the alpha filled my heart. I hadn't confided in him only because I knew it would make him worry. Sometimes I wished that Dad was still the alpha. Then my brother could be his carefree, video game-loving self. It broke my heart when he sold all his games and game consoles to have money to pay the pack tax. My brother always sacrificed his happiness for others. Me. I love you. Kaden. I love you too, sis. Call me soon. Me. I will. David and I walked over to Leonard, who was standing in front of the open door of the Lexus. His eyes were bouncing around, trying to figure out what his next move was. I didn't blame him for being reluctant to leave. For all he knew, we could have just chased him down when we were done dealing with the enforcers from Ryan Brackstone's pack. I texted the alpha of my pack. He's willing to take you in. The submissive shifter frowned. Ryan Brackstone is too dominant. I don't know if your alpha is strong enough to override his claim on us. I hated that he was wasting time. We needed to deal with these 3 idiots and get going. My alpha's more dominant than the empress. I'll give you the address to his pack house. Once the wolves on patrol surround your car, just surrender. They won't hurt you. A spark of hope danced in Leonard's chest. I was planning on flying to Fiji with my family. We were on our way to the airport when they found us. Would it be safer for us in your pack? It will be safe, not only for you and your family, but for the humans that would have been turned because they witnessed your capture. Ryan Brackstone isn't the sort to let people get away. This is your only chance. Then I'll do things your way. I gave Leonard the address, then he pulled a business card out of his wallet and handed it to me. Call me if you need anything. My resources are at your disposal. My alpha never had this phone number. I nodded and tucked his business card away in my jacket pocket. I had a feeling that David and I would be calling him soon. Leonard got into his car and drove off, the shifter leaning against the hood, collapsing to the concrete. The other 2 men looked afraid, which brought me a bit of pleasure. I eyed them thoughtfully. Tell me the truth from now on. Do you both want to be part of Ryan Brackstone's pack? The guy with dirty blonde hair nodded. I've been in his pack for 10 years. Shame filled the guy with black shoulder-length hair. I joined his pack last year. I had an affair with my alpha female, and my alpha kicked me out. I owe Ryan my life. Go home. Tell your alpha that Leonard escaped. Don't mention us to them. Call us when you're on the tail of the next escapee. Don't apprehend them until we get there. Both men looked like they were about to pee their pants. I just turned them into double agents, and they'd be beheaded if they were ever caught. I decided that the prick who was snoring wasn't of any use to me. I woke him up and ordered him to forget what happened. Chapter 5. Alone. I stretched my legs out and placed the thick book on my knees. I was completing my reading assignment for Advanced European History. My teacher was giving me a take-home test via email. She was in the know, so she didn't question my absence. All I had to do was send her a brief email explaining that I was seeing to pack business. David and I had been secluded in a cabin 20 miles from Wolfen Falls, New York, for the last week. Thankfully, Leonard came through for us when we called. He not only shipped my laptop and textbooks, but he also sent us money and supplies. He had a couple of cabins tucked away so that his family could escape when pack life grew tough. His former alpha wasn't gracious to submissive wolves, since they typically weren't good fighters. I knew the man and never liked him much, but my father always wanted to maintain an alliance with him. It was a frigid November day, and the electric fireplace was running. The rug in front of it was thick and plush. I was debating on shifting into my wolf so that my creature could stretch out, but some folk didn't like having fur on their belongings. David was outside, pacing back and forth. It troubled him that the only other person that had escaped other than Leonard was an elderly man who had never been mated. Since he was running on foot, we drove him to my pack's border, where Caden was waiting for him. David hadn't said much to me since the altercation with Ryan Bragstone's men. I think it was because he was dealing with his own traumas. I didn't want to pry. Besides, it wasn't like I could. He was holding out. His vow was that he wouldn't speak to me until I was confident enough to tell him everything. I wasn't deterred by his challenge. I was a dominant wolf, someone who didn't back down. I was about to turn the page when my phone rang. I glanced down at the display and wished I could toss my phone against the wall. The last person I wanted to speak to was my overly critical mother. She hadn't called me yet. Chances were Caden had been holding her off. It was better to get this over with so I wouldn't have another call from her hanging over my head. "Mom, can I help you?" I was hoping that my flat tone could get her off the phone quicker. "No, but your pet could sure use your help. Have you called Clara?" Why would I do that? She wouldn't think speaking to me was a comfort. I wasn't good with words and didn't want to agitate the wolf. "No, was I supposed to?" Mom groaned. "Camille, part of being the beta female of a pack is seeing to your pack's emotional welfare. How are you going to be a leader if you don't reach out to the people you're supposed to care for? Jeannie is the beta female of our pack. Until the empress decides, I'm the third-ranking member." Mom sighed. "Camille, the empress isn't stupid. Your wolf won't take orders from Jeannie and Blake, and she knows it. She'll either separate the two of you and send you to another pack, or she'll allow you to be Caden's beta. Either way, you need proper training." I had to agree with my mother. There was a chance Empress Annabelle would separate me from my twin. But since she wanted me to train with Paula and Felix, I highly doubted it. She saw me as a tool to kill Ryan Bragstone. I'll just refuse to go. I'm more dominant than she is. After one alpha command, I'll stay here with Caden. Unlike my twin, I wasn't afraid to use my powers against our useless leader. I'd do whatever it took to keep my family safe. Mom took a sharp breath. "Camille, are you planning on challenging the Empress?" "I won't unless she gets in my way. Is there anything else I can help you with?" "You could help me by coming home. The pack misses you." Her accusatory tone got under my skin. The thought that my pack would even notice I was gone cracked me up. I started chuckling without thinking of how my mother would react. "Do you think it's funny that the pack misses you?" "No, Mother. I thought you were telling a joke. You know damn well the only people who miss me are Summer and Caden. No one else cares if I'm there or not." I didn't add that I wished I could fix the divide between me and my packmates. Mom would never understand. Everyone loved her, looked up to her, thought she was a compassionate alpha female. I just saw her as my biggest critic. "Camille, the pack does miss you. You know that. You're just ignoring the truth." Usually, I was as cool as a cucumber. I avoided confrontation and didn't argue with people. But if I was being honest with myself, I was on edge. My soulmate refused to utter a word to me. Our plan to help the Wolf and Falls pack in New York was failing, and I sensed that we were on the brink of a war we couldn't win. I'm not ignoring the truth. You are. Think about it, Mom. Since I've been gone, who has contacted me? I could tell you who. Caden, Summer, and Dad. You didn't even bother calling me. No one cares I'm missing, and that's fine. I work better alone, I shouted. I waited for my mom to admonish me for my behavior or disconnect the call, but I was surprised when she did neither. Camille, you're only alone because you push everyone away. Once you see that there is a group of people wanting to know you, you won't be so alone. You don't have to be alone. She hung up after that, and I continued reading my history assignment, wanting to get it over with. The last thing I wanted was to fall behind. I was in the running for valedictorian. I couldn't help it. It was in my nature to push myself to the limit. David sat at the kitchen table, unhappily consuming the food on his plate. I had stocked the kitchen with easy-to-make meals. He was currently trying to consume the angel hair pasta and frozen meatballs I'd cooked. You upset that you haven't heard from Tripp and Andrew? Tripp was the blonde enforcer that I commanded to be a spy, and Andrew was the dark-haired accomplice. His silence was expected, but it still stabbed into my heart. I craved to know the man in front of me. The mating urges also made it difficult not to want him in my bed. David, I told you the truth. I'm an empath. You didn't tell me the entire truth, and you know it. I took a sip of water. I have feelings. I'm not sure if it's intuition, my gut instinct, or what. It started at the end of sophomore year. My parents and our pack were going on a trip. I had the feeling that if Cade went, I'd never see him again. I begged him to stay, and he did. Then the plane crashed. I've had other instincts, but I'm unsure I can rely on them. Happy? David's eyes filled with compassion. It's not. Spare me, please. You're gonna say that it wasn't my fault. Of course I didn't cause the plane crash. A faulty engine did. The thing that bugs me is that the same instinct that told me to keep Cade here told me that our entire pack would have been destroyed had I said anything to my parents. In fact, I'm better off not telling anyone my secrets. Older shouldn't keep secrets from one another. Rune did that to my mother all the time. They had a toxic relationship. David said. How did your mother meet Rune? I wondered. The day from hell started it all. Mom took me to the doctor because I had a fever. Rune was in the waiting room because he was spying on a potential mark. He didn't say much to us. I saw my doctor, and it turned out that I had the flu. We were in the parking lot when Rune struck. My mother had just unlocked her car when he approached, grabbed her hand, and bit her. He then shoved her into his car and knocked me out cold. I woke up in a cell. And your dad? Sadness filled David's heart. He doesn't know what happened to me. I tried reaching out over the years, but one of Rune's pride mates was always one step ahead of me. I'm sorry, David. We'll find your dad. I'll help you, I insisted. David grinned. We don't have to find him. Dad's one of the senators of Maryland. Before I was taken, Dad was a lawyer. I wanted to be a lawyer before Rune snatched me up. I was homeschooled up until my junior year of high school. Rune decided that I knew enough. Why were you never changed into a lion? David chuckled. Rune didn't think I'd make a good assassin. I didn't have the heart of a killer. Sometimes he threatened to torture servants if I misbehaved. If I were an assassin, I would have allowed the person being used against me to die. After all, the people he threatened were strangers to me. I wanted to wrap my arms around David. He had gone through so much, only to be stuck with someone like me. I wasn't emotionally available, but I'd try to be for him. Summer took in Mara. What do you know about her? I wondered. David grinned. Mara was one of my favorite tutors. I think Rune feared her, or maybe she had something on him. She would only assassinate the people who deserved it. If a battered woman approached her, she'd take the abuser out for free. Mara was talented with poisons. Not sure she'll keep any around now that she's with our pack. I love how he considered himself part of the pack. My phone rang before I could ask him anything. The display showed a number that I didn't recognize. I pressed answer and said, "Hello? Michelle, this is me, Dahlia. How are you?" I adopted a higher voice. "Dahlia, it's good to hear from you. What's up?" "The Alpha said that we can plan an outing. I think it's to reward us for obeying. Can we come to your farm for the day?" "Sure. How many of you?" I asked. Dahlia hesitated. 41 people. "Sure. Where should I pick you up?" Dahlia hesitated again. "You can drive up to the edge of our territory. A couple of shifters will check your bus before we get on. They won't hurt you." I knew I couldn't ask Dahlia how many shifters would be patrolling that area. Most likely, her conversation was being monitored. I could tell by her energy that Dahlia was a submissive wolf. That was why the outing was being planned. If you use too much brute force on a submissive, they'd only grow timid and be useless in a crisis. "Can you be there by 3? "Sure," I said. "Thanks so much, Michelle. This means a lot to me." "You're welcome," I said. Then the call disconnected. I hoped that Leonard could find us a bus on such short notice. That would be the only way we could transport all those people. Chapter 6. Bargains. Dear Rune, I think everyone forgot I was an alpha female in my own right. They counted me out of the game. My enemies stopped fearing me, didn't look over their shoulders, and believe I had been vanquished. I never thought that there would be a world where shifters didn't whisper about Sharon Sampson and her many feats. Unfortunately, this world now exists because of Ryan Brackstone. That's okay, my love. I will correct these mistakes. I shouldn't ramble. You hated when I did that. This afternoon, I went on quite the adventure. It started for me at a quiet cabin, surrounded by oak trees. Sabrina puffed as we walked through the woods. Her eyes were wide with exhaustion, her hair flying about. While I cut my hair short and wore yoga pants and a long-sleeve shirt, she was in jeans, hiking boots, and a bulky coat. I contemplated turning her so that she made this journey as a shifter, but I concluded that it wouldn't have been wise. I haven't gotten my pack back yet. "Is this the place?" Sabrina asked, her face a concerning shade of red. Was hiking 20 miles too much for the average human? I didn't recall. "It is," I confirmed. We didn't even make it to the entry before the secret stumbled into the woods. She was tall, with black hair and honey-brown skin. Her blue eyes were wide with surprise when she spotted us. She wore a tank top and skinny jeans. She ran warmer than most, and most likely didn't know why. I could sense that she was a shifter, though her wolf was dormant. I suspected that the blood of an alpha would awaken her true nature. The woman was barely 20 and in relatively good shape. "How can I help you?" she asked, her tone more matter-of-fact than concerned. "We're looking for Elise Meadows," Sabrina said. She was more of a people person than I was. I might as well let her take the lead on this. The woman's face fell. Mom died last year. Were you friends of hers? Considering that I killed her, that was quite the question. Greg Drake never realized it, but he fathered a child with one of the humans that was in the know. She was poking around the Empress's territory, trying to figure out how she could sell the story. I was asked to eliminate the threat. I, of course, didn't provide that detail to the grief-stricken woman. I acted surprised, and since Sabrina didn't know that the woman was dead, her expression was genuine. I'm so sorry for your loss. What's your name? Greer, she said. I was named after Mom's best friend. I could tell she wanted us to say something like, "Oh, that Greer. I knew her well. She was special and great." But I couldn't offer her any such thing. Greer was a means to an end for me. She was one step in my road to vengeance. We had a couple of questions for your mom about this area. Do you think you could answer them for us? Sabrina asked. It was her idea to pose as bloggers to lower Greer's guard. Greer shifted on her feet. I was actually headed out to work. I'm sorry. Maybe we can meet for a coffee and I could... The moment she said no, she sealed her fate. I jabbed her in the throat and her body fell to the forest floor. Sabrina eyed me with shock. Is she dead? No. She also has a dormant wolf, which won't do. I need an alpha wolf to give her his blood. Who is the closest alpha? Sabrina asked. We were near Ryan Bragstone's territory, and there was no way in hell I was asking him. There's only one alpha that will suit our needs. Let's charter a jet to New Hampshire, I said. I pulled a bottle of clear liquid out of my backpack and knelt down beside Greer. I pried her mouth open and squeezed drops of poison into her mouth. If I was going to a stubborn alpha, he would need an incentive. My darling Rune, you taught me well. Love, your alpha female. Sharon closed her journal and tucked it in the seat in front of her. She eyed her sister, who was fast asleep. Greer, the dormant shifter, was attempting to break out of her handcuffs. Sharon walked over to the woman, who sat in the recliner behind her. The captive glared up at the lion shifter. Where are you taking me? That had to be the most unoriginal question to ask. Sharon almost wanted to say, I'm taking you to Hawaii. But she resisted the urge. It would only make things worse. You'll find out in time, she replied. Ugh, that was all so overly used. Why didn't she try monologuing? Wasn't that what all villains did? I want to know now, Greer demanded. For a moment, her wolf struggled to rise up. Sharon could sense the creature. Greer was most definitely a dominant wolf. I want a lot of things, my dear, but I haven't gotten them. What makes you think I should grant you anything? For me, you're a means to an end. I don't have money. This is an utter waste of time. Just let me go and... And you won't say anything? Because most sane people would say absolutely nothing if they were kidnapped and taken onto a private jet and flown to another location only to be released. Spare me. I've heard it all. Greer shuddered. You've kidnapped other people? Sometimes. Most of the time, the job doesn't call for capture. Why am I a means to an end? She asked. Do you know who your father is? He lives in New Hampshire with his wife and kids. He has no interest in being in my life. He left Mom all alone to provide for me. And let me tell you, she did her best. Why in the hell did Elise Meadows fill her daughter with such filth? She knew Greer was a half-shifter, and yet she kept her from the one person who could help her transition. Your father didn't know you existed. Had he known you existed, he would have insisted that you grow up with his pack. It was selfish of your mother to keep you from him. She made you such an easy target for people like me. How did you know I existed? Your mother blabbed it to the shifter world. She was trying to expose us for money. Shifters? What in the hell are you talking about? Please don't tell me I have to give you a demonstration. I hate doing those because humans usually pass out, scream, or pee on my upholstery. Greer scowled. You're telling me you can turn into an animal? Sharon groaned and eyed her outfit. There was no way she was stripping to turn into her lioness. Besides, this jet was a loan from one of Sabrina's contacts. They wouldn't be happy if she nicked it with her claws. She shifted one of her hands to a gigantic lion paw. Greer simply stared at it, her eyes wide with surprise. You can't be serious. My biological dad can do that? He can, and so will you after your half-brother helps you along, Sharon explained. Greer shook her head. Leave Caden out of this. He seems like a nice guy. He doesn't deserve this. So, your mom showed you pictures of your half-siblings on social media? How did she prevent you from reaching out to them? She told me my dad didn't want me. I didn't want to disrupt Caden's and Camille's lives. I figured once they were older and off at college, I could reach out to them on my own. I thought that if I tried speaking to them now, their dad wouldn't allow it. Well, this is going to be interesting, dear. The plane is about to land. Caden stood in the parking lot of the only airstrip in Wolfen Falls, New Hampshire. His stomach fluttered with nerves. 2 hours ago, he was sent a text message that nearly shattered him. Unknown. Your sister is dying. If you want to save her, meet me at the airstrip and bring your parents and Mara. How had Camille gotten herself into this mess? She had only been gone for a week and some change. The private jet had landed 10 minutes prior, and his patience was running out. This might be a hostage situation, Caden, his mother cautioned. Let's hope not, he grumbled, but he was kidding himself. Had the unknown texter had altruistic intentions, she would have brought Camille to the pack house. His father said nothing since he wasn't one to speculate. Mara, on the other hand, was pacing, her eyes scanning the surroundings for a threat. Thankfully, the plane doors opened and 2 women descended, one of them a feline shifter. That's my former alpha female, Mara hissed. Cade was about to charge the woman when a 3rd person stumbled down the plane steps. She looked pale and shell-shocked. Cade was startled when he realized it wasn't Camille. In fact, the alpha couldn't sense his sister anywhere, which meant that this situation had been created to force a meeting between the 2 alphas. When her blue eyes met his, a flash of guilt filled them. Was the sickly woman a part of the trap? When the trio was 10 feet away from Caden, the woman with the short hair spoke. Caden Drake, it is so lovely to meet you. I'm Sharon Sampson, the future alpha of the Katrine Pride. I'm sure Mara has verified my identity. Where is Camille? Caden demanded. How am I supposed to know? I can't find all of your sisters for you. How long has Camille been missing? Sharon said. You said you had my sister, Caden snapped. I do. And unfortunately, she doesn't have much time left. Since Greer's only half-shifter, she's unable to fight off the poison I gave her. But if you give her your blood, she'll survive. Caden didn't have to ask who Greer was. At that news, The youngest woman in the group's eyes went wide. She looked like she was about to faint. "You dragged an innocent human into this just so you could meet with me?" Caden demanded. He was half tempted to kill the lion shifter. "Oh dear, this is seriously tiresome. Greg, your one-night stand with Elise Meadows had repercussions. She became pregnant with Greer and asked to leave the Empress's pack. Since she was a human in good standing, the Empress allowed her to leave. The Empress obviously didn't have knowledge of Elise's pregnancy. In fact, none of us even knew about Greer until her mother tried blackmailing the Empress," Sharon explained. The Alpha eyed his father, who looked shell-shocked. His mother, on the other hand, was concerned. Her eyes followed Greer as if she was worried about her welfare. Caden shared his mother's concerns. He quickly approached his half-sister and tried to gentle his voice. "I can smell the poison in your blood. It'll take effect soon. I'll give you my blood if that's what you want," Caden said. A tear trickled down Greer's cheek. "I don't want to die, but I don't want to turn into an animal either." "It's gonna be okay, Greer. If you stay with our pack, we can teach you everything you need to know." She shook her head. "I'm confused. Mom told me that your mother hated my existence. How can I live in a pack with her?" Caden shook his head. "You were born before my parents met. Even if you were a product of infidelity, my mother wouldn't hold that against you." Greer sighed. "Okay, I'll do it." Cade bit his wrist and held it up to Greer's mouth. She winced but drank his blood. He relaxed as the link to her was created. "Good. Now our nice little happy family is back together. Too bad it won't be for long. Greer, dear, I need you for a project," the feline shifter announced. Cade scowled. "You aren't taking her." The feline alpha female grinned. "Caden, Greer is instrumental in Ryan Brackstone's downfall. Would you seriously risk the safety of the shifter world to protect a sister you don't even know?" Greer frowned. "How am I the downfall to some villain I don't even know?" Chapter 7. A Kiss at Midnight. David stood on the back porch of the cabin, contemplating what to do. Even now, he was sure that his soulmate wasn't telling him everything. She was like a pomegranate, her secrets the seeds. He was frustrated, since this was supposed to be easy. He was supposed to be able to go inside, go up those stairs, and knock on her door. Conversations weren't supposed to be forced out of people. She wanted her way while he was unlikely to get his. His instincts kept him alive thus far, so he needed to trust them. The night sky didn't give him any answers. He was going to go back inside and try to get some sleep. His body wanted Camille. His heart was confused, and his head was telling him to take his time. The door opened and his holder exited, bringing the orange scent he enjoyed breathing in. She stood beside him, her arms crossed over her chest. Camille wore biker shorts and a tank top to bed. Her dark hair was up in a ponytail. "I told you the truth, you know. I'm not hiding anything else from you," Camille said. David snorted. "Something about you makes no sense. If Caden knew what you could do, he wouldn't have let you go so easily. He wouldn't have." "Did you tell him what you could do?" Camille shook her head. "My instincts told me not to tell anyone. And they were right. Ryan Brackstone started hunting down mages, either killing them or forcing them to do his bidding. What do you think he would have done to my entire pack?" "I don't know. What if Caden had known about your gift? What if he found a specialist that could help you hone your powers? Then your powers would have been a weapon. Camille groaned. You're always this difficult, aren't you? David grinned. I can't help it. It's in my nature. She rested a hand on his arm. The only other thing I haven't told you isn't really much of a secret. I feel this power bubbling under my skin, but I don't know what it does, so I've never released it. His eyes lit up. Could you be a mage? Mages were shifters with abilities, such as being able to control electricity or the elements. She shrugged. I don't know. My empathy gift is pretty rare. What if I have another ability and it's one I'd be better off not knowing about? Princess, I think your solution to everything is hiding out. Whereas, I feel like I'm done hiding. For years, I stayed with a pride that restricted my every move. I had an alpha that didn't even think I was worth anything. Whenever I mouthed off to him, he tossed knives at me. Some of them made their mark, some of them didn't. You're afraid of possibilities. Possibilities that may not be anything to fear. I don't understand how you became so frightened of yourself. But I hope I can help you see that embracing who you are will only make you a powerful leader. Camille wrapped her arms around David's neck and pressed her lips to his. Her tongue surged into his mouth, making his body burn with the desire to make her his. He gripped her hips as their tongues explored and challenged and worked in sync. David ached to slide his hands under her shirt, but knew she wasn't ready for something like that. Hell, David refused to act as rashly as Rune had. His woman would be romanced, and then he'd ask her to marry him. Taking her kiss was a lesson in discipline that was enjoyable and miserable all at once. When she broke apart, she smiled at him. I wasn't the one who hid from you. Let me remind you I was willing to talk to you. I don't like losing challenges, David admitted. Camille brushed her fingertips against his cheek. You had to be stubborn while you were living on the Katrina estate. It was the only way you found your way to me. You're so resilient. Yeah, that's because I had to take the make lemon into lemonade saying to heart. David thought to himself. Have any bad feelings about picking up those people? David gently kissed the furrow between Camille's eyes. Are you thinking about how much to tell me? No, I don't have a feeling about tomorrow, Camille confessed. Her uncertainty caused chills to crawl down David's spine. Camille was usually confident and certain of what to do. We still have to help those people, David said. I agree. We should get some rest. We have a long day ahead of us. I'm not looking forward to being bombarded with the emotions of 40 people. You could stay behind, Camille. I wouldn't want you to suffer like that, he said. No. Now that I found you, I'm not letting you out of my sight. Her words may have sounded threatening, but they meant everything to him. This she-wolf really cared about his well-being. There were no familial ties bonding them, making her obligated. Yes, they were fated mates, but she still could have walked away. Instead, she was willing to look after him the way she watched over her packmates. I'm glad I met you, Camille, he told his holder. She grinned. You really mean it, and that's everything to me. Now let's get some sleep. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. David planted a soft kiss on Camille's lips. Then he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. He led her into the cabin and through the cozy living room. There were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom in that wing of the cabin. David walked with her into the master bedroom and closed the door behind them. He released her, then suddenly felt unsure about himself. They made a lot of progress today, but part of him felt like he wanted more. It was at odds with the ideals he had. He didn't want to be as reckless as Rune had been, and yet he was willing to touch the fire. When she turned to face him, he caressed her cheek. "Princess, I was wondering if we could spend the night together. I just want to hold you while you sleep." Camille nodded. "I'd like to experience waking up next to you." He kicked out of the flip-flops that they bought the other day and slid into the left side of the bed. His body instantly relaxed when she joined him. She closed her beautiful eyes and was fast asleep in moments. He held her close, allowing her exhales to send him into dreamland. A bus was in the driveway by noon. The morning was spent eating, relaxing, and discussing plans. The keys to the bus were left in the mailbox. David eyed the vehicle warily. He had never driven something so large before. "Want me to drive?" Camille asked as she wrapped her arms around him from behind. "It'll be safer for everyone if you drove. The only thing I ever really learned how to ride were quads and motorcycles. Rune was bitter about me trying to escape when I was 14. Ever since then, he limited how many cars I got in contact with." "I'll drive. You can concentrate on using your alpha commands on the shifters." "What are the chances they'll ignore that we're shifters and that the submissives come with us?" David asked. "Slim to none. Or too dominant for Ryan Bragstone not to see us as a threat. Even if he isn't in residence, I'm sure he left a high-ranking pack member in charge. They'll feel all the dominance and want to capture us." David shuddered. "I definitely don't want to repeat any of that. The first time he captured me, he turned me into a wolf against my will. Then he pretended as if he would let me go, but brought me to Wolfen Falls, New York instead. I wonder what he'll do if he captures me again." "He'll try adding you to his pack. I'm not sure what he'll do when he finds out you're more dominant than he is," Camille said. David wished he could convince her to stay behind. He didn't want her suffering the emotions of 40 terrified people. Camille could barely keep it together when it was her own pack's emotions she was experiencing. But he didn't have much of a choice. He had no experience with driving a big vehicle and would resort to using too much force with his alpha commands when he was in danger. "I still don't like the idea of you being around all those emotional people," David confessed. In response, Camille kissed the side of his neck. His heart rate increased, and all he could think about was claiming the beauty. Her hand slid under his shirt and caressed his abs. "Don't you worry about me, baby. I can handle myself." David was 2 seconds from claiming Camille. There was no way in hell he could hold off. "Princess, I can't think straight when you touch me like that," David confessed. Camille chuckled and kissed his neck again. "Maybe I should try to convince you to lose control." "No, not yet. I have plans for us, Princess. I'll put a ring on your finger and—" "I get that you want to move slow. I like that you don't want to claim me without knowing me. But the ring is unnecessary. David pulled away from Camille and turned to face her. Her pout nearly made him give in. "Camille, I'll have an engagement ring on your finger when I claim you. You will be certain of me. You'll love me by then. This is what's best for you." Chapter 8. Hiccups. I sat in the driver's seat, nerves buzzing in my stomach. I knew this trip couldn't be avoided, but its outcome was uncertain. When I told David I wasn't sure what was going to happen, I was partially telling the truth. I knew that my world would change forever once I picked up those passengers. I didn't sense that the wolves would figure out our plans or that there would be a bloody battle. It was more like a truth would be unveiled, and a choice would have to be made. David sat in the seat behind me, his determination warring with the nerves he felt. As I turned down one of the back roads, he started singing an off-key version of the song war. I smiled to myself, knowing that he was just doing it to get a rise out of me. David liked being a pain in the butt to people that he cared for. "Your singing is horrible," I commented. "Princess, can you do any better?" "A mouse caught in a trap could do better than you," I quipped. "Then do better than me." I flipped on the radio, and an oldie I didn't recognize was on. I didn't listen to music much, but preferred the new music more than I did the earlier stuff. I flipped stations until I heard a song by SZA. I half-heartedly tried singing the chorus, making David chuckle. "Princess, you sing worse than me." "No, I don't. If the pack voted who was the better singer, they'd vote for me. I actually had to think to recognize the song you were singing." "The pack would naturally vote for you, because they like you more than they like me," David argued. I shrugged. "Then make yourself more likable." He laughed, filling my heart with joy. For once, I could be myself, instead of the miserable shifter who barely communicated with the people around her. After that moment of banter, the bus grew quiet. We both knew we were about to get into a sticky situation and wanted to save our energy. When I was a minute from the border of the Wolfen Falls, New York territory, I centered myself. The lives of 40 people relied on me. My senses warned me that the shifters were near. There were dozens of shifters up ahead. In a second, they became visible. A group of terrified people with backpacks on their backs, surrounded by 10 dominant enforcers who were wearing all red. A tall man with thick shoulder-length blonde hair approached the bus, and David got to his feet. I opened the door, and he climbed the steps, his eyes meeting mine. "What's your name?" His alpha command crashed into me, its fingers trying to grip my will. But I was more dominant than this buffoon. I decided to play along. "Michelle Hollingsworth," I said, adding a bit of a quaver to my voice. After all, hadn't Dahlia told me not to fear the enforcers? That meant that her sister Michelle was skittish. "Why do you look nothing like Dahlia?" "I'm adopted." "Explains why you barely look 20. Who's the man with you?" "My holder Ben. He offered to come with me. I don't do well with strangers." I lied. It wasn't that I didn't do well with strangers. I just didn't like dealing with them. "What time will you be returning Dahlia and her friends?" "Around 8, sir." The man grinned. "It's your lucky day, Michelle. The rest of us enforcers are coming along." I wanted to use my alpha command on him, but held myself back. This could be an opportunity for us to get our hands on Ryan Brackstone's most trusted enforcers. Caden could add them to his pack and turn them in to the Empress. I didn't think the enforcers were like Luke and Roxanne, 2 wolves who had been forced to hunt down mages. These people were willing to abuse innocent, submissive wolves. I'd be happy to let them pay. "Okay, come aboard. There are snacks for everyone." "Good, Michelle. I'm hungry. And Pup, get out of my seat. I want to sit here to make sure your soulmate behaves." Agitation rang from David, but he followed directions. He sat on the seat across from the enforcer. Everyone began piling onto the bus, nervous expressions on their faces. I didn't think they knew that the enforcers would invite themselves. I wasn't worried about those idiots. They thought that they were surrounded by less dominant people. I just thought apprehending 10 trained fighters on a bus filled with submissive wolves who couldn't back me up would be more of a challenge. A tall, slender blonde who looked to be in her 30s stepped onto the bus. She shot me a forced smile. I could sense the fear and guilt radiating from her. It was easy to assume who she was. "Dahlia, it's nice to see you," I said. The last thing I wanted to do was make the enforcer suspicious. Dahlia let out a breath. "I'm sorry for..." "It's no trouble," I assured. The submissive peered down at her shoes, nodded, then took a seat near the back. The poor thing probably assumed that she had walked her friends into a trap. The difficulty of the situation grew worse when the last person stormed onto the bus. She was a dominant female with long black hair and gray eyes. She stood in front of me, her hateful eyes making me shudder. "No, funny business. You better not give the submissives on this bus any contraband. What we say goes. I don't care if the order is for you to turn the bus back around 5 minutes after we reach your farm. Don't call your alpha and ask him to intercede on your behalf. We're letting you see Dahlia because she earned it. She gets to bring her friends because she showed that she was trustworthy. You haven't proven anything to us, so I think I might sit right next to your soulmate. If you do anything that I don't like, I'll slit his throat," the woman threatened. How in the hell was I supposed to drive this bus from New York to New Hampshire without making these dominant wolves suspicious? They already didn't trust me. I could sense distrust and hatred coming from the woman who sat beside David. "Dahlia, bring us a couple of waters," the man sitting behind me ordered. I gritted my teeth, annoyed by his audacity. The cooler with the water was literally under his legs. Dahlia got up from her seat near the back and hurried over to the man. I could sense as she lowered to the ground. David was disgusted by the flex of power, and I was hoping that he didn't lose it. I was positive that the pride he grew up in demonstrated this type of behavior on the daily. "Here you go, Cody. Tanya, do you also want one?" Dahlia asked in a small voice. I detected anger in the submissive wolf. My guess was that Cody enjoyed picking on the mentally exhausted woman. The woman who was seated beside my holder let out a frustrated sigh. "I'm good, Dahlia. Go sit." The rest of the people seated behind me didn't utter a word. Their fear was ratcheting up as the minutes went by. I was tempted to pull over and eject all of the dominant wolves. The submissive wolf's fear was making an unknown power buzz under my skin. I wasn't sure if I was a mage or if this gift was related to my powers as an empath. Either way, it was a struggle not to release it. "Dahlia, go get me some chips," Cody ordered. The box with a variety pack of chips was literally under Tanya's seat. "How about I just hand it to you, Cody?" David suggested. "Was I talking to you, pup?" Cody's body filled with aggression. He was aching to make an example out of my soulmate. I wish I could have sent David a telepathic message. "I had to do something. You're getting on everyone's nerves. You're ordering that poor lady around like she's your maid. Why don't you get your bad self up and get your own food?" David ordered. "Michelle, pull over. It looks like this pup needs a lesson in how to speak to an enforcer." No amount of therapy would save Cody. The other ones were redeemable, but he had something to prove. I could sense his desire to show the others how strong he was. I had no choice. I needed to take control now. I pulled over, then got out of my seat. I turned to face the group and was nearly gutted by all the terrified faces. "Go to sleep, everyone. You won't wake up until I tell you to do so," I ordered. Everyone but David conked out, a couple of bottles and bags of chips plopping on the floor. As soon as snores filled the air, the power stopped swirling in my gut. I relaxed into the seat and decided to turn on the radio. Feeling that many wolves' emotions was disorienting. I had no idea why humans didn't trouble me as much. In high school, the emotions of my peers felt more like a gentle caress, a faraway whisper, something that barely registered. In fact, I'd have to be touching a human to get a read on them. I wished it were the same for wolves. Maybe then, I would have been able to fully participate in the social aspect of being with a pack. Despite what I let everyone believe, I wasn't an introvert, not wanting to converse with others. I would say I was in the middle. There were times I wanted to joke and laugh with people. David gave me everything I ever longed for. "What's the plan, Princess?" David asked. I turned down the volume so that we could have a conversation. "I'll text Caden and tell him to give everybody on this bus his blood. Then we should wait at the cabin. Maybe more people will need help along the way." "Princess, I don't think Ryan Bragstone's an idiot. He's going to figure out that none of his packmates are trustworthy enough to be escorted off the premises alone. Eventually, he'll send a decoy in order to track where the escapees are going. We should just go home." I nodded. I missed Landon's funeral, which was the goal of the entire thing. As long as I avoid Clara and Jolene, I think I'll be okay. None of our packmates were close to him. He had a hot temper. Speaking ill of the dead gave me the ick. What I really wanted to say was that most people thought Landon was a tool. But I refrained, in case his annoying ass would haunt me. He had it in him too. "I have to reach out to my dad. He needs to know I'm okay." Guilt pummeled me. The only reason why David held off on contacting his dad was because we weren't on pack territory. He didn't feel like it was safe to speak to him in case his phone was being bugged. "Do you think he's going to want to become a wolf?" I asked. "I don't know, but I don't feel comfortable lying to him. Hopefully we can make an exception for him. He's a senator, the type of person the empress would forbid us from telling. He has a lot of power at his fingertips, David. If your father reacts badly, he could convince the Secretary of Defense to hunt us down," I pointed out. "Dad wouldn't put me in danger like that. He spent all this time trying to get me back. He'll be shocked, but he would be able to keep our secret," David said. Honestly, my holder was thinking purely with emotion. There was no way in hell Caden would allow him to tell a senator about the existence of shifters. My brother was soft-hearted, but he was intelligent. He loved his pack and wouldn't put them in danger. But my soulmate was stubborn. If I didn't meet him halfway, he'd reach out to his father without telling me. "Okay, we'll talk to Kate about it. We need his permission to tell him," I said. David sighed in relief. "Sounds like a plan." Chapter 9. Life Choices. 6 hours later, and I was about to tear my own hair out. There had been traffic driving into New Hampshire, so the trip took longer than expected. I decided that I'd have Caden meet me at the private airstrip so there would be less of a chance for our pack to be attacked. I'd rather have his blood in the systems of the wolves before they stepped foot on pack territory. Cody especially wouldn't be thrilled about joining our pack. We weren't the kind of people who tolerated the bullying of submissives. Hell, I was confident that Todd Preston, a submissive wolf with excellent combat skills, could take Cody out if he had to. Oftentimes, Todd had to put Landon in his place when he got too big for his britches. I briefly wondered how Todd was handling Landon's death. He didn't hate the guy. My packmate didn't have that kind of energy in him. But he just didn't like the way Landon flaunted his dominance. When I was down the street from the airstrip, I sensed my twin. He was already where I needed him to be. Shock and confusion filled his heart. I also felt my mother and father nearby. My powers banged against my chest, demanding an outlet. I gritted my teeth, trying to force the wave down. For goodness sake. I didn't know if I could shoot electricity from my hands, control an element, or if this was a new gift altogether. I wasn't going to take chances with the lives of innocent, vulnerable people. My brother, parents, and Mara are meeting with a lioness, a human, and another wolf, I informed David. Wonderful. Do you think they need backup? Yes, I replied. I'm driving to the airstrip as planned. I don't want to let this bus out of my sight. Sounds like a plan. Do you think the lioness was sent by Ryan Bragstone? I had the gut feeling that the lion shifter was Sharon Sampson. Telling David would only make him act rashly. I don't sense other wolves in the area, so probably not. My brother would be a high-ranking target for him. Then again, the only pride in the United States was filled with assassins. They had a lot of tricks and could catch my trusting brother off guard. He needed me and David to be there to protect him. I sped into the parking lot, catching everyone by surprise. Caden was standing over an unfamiliar woman who was going through the turn. David's mother, Sharon, stood by a woman who resembled her arms crossed. My parents looked shell-shocked as if they were traumatized by what was happening. Mara, the assassin Summer added to the pack, looked more annoyed than worried. Crap, it's my mother, David hissed. Anger, hatred, and confusion blended into one big ball in his heart. I felt terrible for him. On one hand, Sharon was the parent who kept him from the father he loved dearly. But she was still his family, his mother, his life-giver. What was he supposed to do? Kill her? Could he kill her? I didn't think I could ever do such a thing to my mother, even if she was an evil psychopath. I parked the bus and opened the door and jogged down the steps. David followed behind me, his breathing labored. I thought my soulmate was about to have a panic attack. I rushed to Caden, who looked genuinely glad to see me. His eyes grew nervous when he stared down at the woman who was suffering a wave of agony. David, fancy seeing you here. I love that when you escaped, you did nothing to rescue your poor mother, Sharon said. David ignored his mother. Aunt Sabrina, is that you? David, it's so good to see you. Look at how big you've gotten, the middle-aged woman said. She tossed her arms around my soulmate, her emotions screaming with joy. I studied Sharon, who looked at the reunion with disinterest. But inside her heart were jealousy, annoyance, and regret. She wanted David to hug her the way he was now holding his aunt. But I knew that would never happen. What's going on? I asked. Caden eyed me. I'll tell you after I give those people my blood. I'm assuming that's why they're here, right? The dominant wolves were a package deal. If I were you, I'd turn them into the empress, I said. Can you keep an eye on things for me? I'll tell you what's going on when I get back, Caden said. I nodded, and my brother rushed onto the bus. David released his aunt, and they were talking to each other in low voices. I didn't bother eavesdropping. My full focus was on the dishonest lioness. I didn't trust her as far as I could throw her. Her eyes bounced around the parking lot, her calculating gaze making me want to use an alpha command on her. Despite the fact that I was a beta of my pack, I was still more dominant than she was. What do you want, Sharon? I asked. The destruction of Ryan Bragstone. I just have to figure out how I'll be able to accomplish that. Clearly, I need some help. That's why I'm here. she explained. At least the lioness was being honest about her intentions. "Who's the wolf on the ground?" I demanded. My father's nervous emotions told me that I wasn't going to like the answer. "Greer Meadows, your long-lost half-sister. I brought her here so that her wolf could be unlocked. She was a half-shifter and needed an alpha's blood," Sharon explained. Shock and confusion mingled in my body. From what my mother told me, my parents' mating was instant. They mated, and then Caden and I were born 9 months later. If Greer was conceived, I knew it was before my dad knew my mother. But why hadn't he raised her in the pack? My mother was level-headed and wouldn't abandon one of my father's offspring. "I didn't know about her, Camille," Dad said softly. I could feel his heartbreak, regret, and disappointment haunting him. If I weren't staring down the lioness, I would have rushed over and given him a hug. That bus is full of Ryan Brackstone's wolves, isn't it? The answer to David's mother's question wasn't top secret, so I nodded. How clever. Giving Caden's blood to the wolves that no longer want to serve that monster. I take it that he's more dominant, yes? I didn't like where this was going, but I nodded anyway. I eyed David, who took interest in the conversation. He was suspicious of his mother and eyed the bus as if he needed to guard it with his life. But I knew my brother was safe. Her intentions weren't to make Ryan Brackstone's life easier by eliminating my brother. Life just got more interesting, Sharon said, eyeing her sister thoughtfully. I could feel that she loved her sister and resented her all at once. My guess was that she didn't expect for David to be so affectionate toward her. Why was Sharon so surprised? David spent the last 9 years of his life being bullied and abused by Sharon's husband. Not once did she defend her son when Rune tossed throwing knives at him. Why would he feel any type of love for her? Camille, it's good to see that you're alive. Are you coming back with us? Mom suddenly asked. She eyed me with longing. I could tell she wanted to rush over and hug me. But we didn't have that kind of relationship. Despite it all, we were like two strangers trying to figure out how to read one another. That's the plan, I replied. Sharon snapped her fingers. David Mario Jabber, you found your fated mate. Did you not tell me because now you understand why I would have done anything for Rune? Do you now understand how hard you made things for me in that pride? Oh, great. Sharon was trying to justify her disgusting life choices. David scowled at her. Rune was a monster. He treated me like trash. That was because you refused to accept him as your father. Imagine that. Providing for a child that won't acknowledge you. All you ever told that poor man was that you wanted to go home. You refused to embrace the life he gave us. That's why he never turned you into a lion. He didn't think he could trust you not to attack us. Sharon replied. He kidnapped me. What did you expect? I liked my life the way it was. I don't understand why you didn't return me to Dad. Why was I there if I was such a burden? Sharon glared. Rune knew how much I loved you. It would have torn me apart for us to be separated. Your father wasn't capable of taking care of you. He worked too damn much. I would have had a better life staying in the human world, David said. I've had enough of standing around. I have things to accomplish. The lioness struck. I didn't even know who her target was. She moved that quickly. She wrapped her hands around Sabrina's neck and grinned. Here's what's gonna happen. Camille, Greer, and David will come with me. Caden will turn my useless sister and keep her safe. I will train the three of you to be the best assassins you can be. The objective of your training will be to kill Ryan Brackstone once and for all. I'll get my pride back. You'll be returned to the Wolfen Falls, New Hampshire pack, and your miserable lives will go on," Sharon said. David's fury nearly knocked me off my feet. "Let Sabrina go," he demanded, using too much power in his alpha command. My parents staggered back, and Mara covered her ears and let out a curse. But Sharon stood there and grinned. "I'm wearing a charm against alpha commands. Nothing you say will convince me to let her go. David, what's it gonna be? You willing to train with me?" I was trying to figure out how the hell she was going to convince us not to kill her once we left. I had a bad feeling I wouldn't like her methods. I eyed Greer, who was starting to move. She sat up and focused on the scene. Her eyes were wide with horror. "Don't kill her. I'll do it. I'll go with you," Greer pleaded. My father felt hopeless. I couldn't blame him. He could barely shift on a good day. I knew for a fact that my mother didn't attack because Sabrina was human and standing way too close to the target. Caden was tiring from giving so many people his blood. The sensations of adding so many people to his pack were so overwhelming that he had no idea what was going on. For his sake, I hope he didn't finish in time. He would play hero and attack Sharon, and in his state, she would kill him before he could land the first blow. "Sharon, let her go," David ordered. "Rune will be avenged. Brackstone isn't going to live past Christmas. I want that guarantee from the three of you. Then I'll let Sabrina go," she said. "Why do this? We wanted that asshole dead anyway. You could have just offered your services," I reasoned. Sharon chuckled. "Camille, you know your soulmate. He's stubborn. He'd rather swallow nails than spend any time with me. So, what's it gonna be, David? You saving your aunt?" David snarled. "I hate you. I'm going to kill you the first chance I get." "No, you won't. I'm not stupid. I know how to make you comply." Sharon pulled a bracelet out of her pocket and tossed it at me. I caught it and felt the power vibrating in my palm. "Put that on, Camille, or I'll kill her." I slid the bracelet on my wrist. "David, if you disobey, I'll be able to torture your holder. That piece of jewelry can't be removed without pain. If any of you attack me, it will affect Camille. Lisa, turn her now." I made contact with Mara, who looked like she wanted to pounce on Sharon, but I knew why she hesitated. Sharon was a more dominant line shifter. It would be suicide to try to challenge her. She released Sabrina, and my mom quickly grabbed her wrist. She bit into the terrified woman's wrist, and the woman immediately dropped like a stone. See? Isn't that refreshing? When you behave, David, you get rewarded. Now your precious aunt will be a part of your pack, and you'll be able to go home to her when Ryan Brackstone is dead," Sharon said. She eyed me thoughtfully. "Camille, order your parents and Mara to fall asleep. I don't need them trying to interfere." I eyed my mother, who nodded in agreement. Her love wrapped around me, and I knew she'd do anything to keep me safe. "Don't worry about me. You know the truth and that I'll succeed. Don't tell the pack where I've gone. Just tell them that David and I are figuring things out. Don't tell anyone about Greer until I say it's okay. You're going to fall asleep, and we'll wake up when Caden tells you to." My parents and Mara dropped to the concrete. Sharon smiled. "Nice touch, Camille. Now, Go tell your brother what's going on. Tell him to keep it a secret. There may be spies in your pack." I turned to see Caden standing there, his eyes filled with fury. I wrapped my arms around my brother, his arms holding me close. I whispered the events to him, his arms only getting tighter when I explained what Sharon was training me to do. When I released my twin, his eyes filled with worry. "Paula and Felix are training Summer and I to kill Ryan Brackstone. This isn't your fight. I can't." Sharon rested a hand on Kate's shoulder. "Your job is to help the refugees. Your empress has abandoned too many wolves. The more people you rescue, the less wolves Ryan will have to manipulate. Have Mara smuggle as many wolves out of Wolfen Falls, New York as she can." Kaden nodded. "How do I know that you're not going to turn your back on us as soon as Ryan Brackstone's dead?" Sharon grinned. "My goal was never to rule the shifter world. All I ever wanted was to belong to a pride. Besides, my son is a member of your pack. Despite what David thinks, I love him. I'd never risk his life. Rune's lessons were to make him strong, not to harm him. Thanks to my soulmate, David has a stronger spirit." The delusional woman believed every word that she was uttering. I wanted to smack her silly, but decided it wasn't worth it. Instead, I hugged my brother one more time. "Come back, Camille. I love you," he whispered. "I will. And I love you too, Cade," I said. Then I let him go. Chapter 10. Hidden Talents. Dear Rune, as I write this, I'm sitting in your favorite spot, in your plush armchair by the window. The sitting room smells like tobacco, probably from the last cigar you smoked. The papers are still strewn on the floor from when you shoved them off the desk so that we could make love. I miss you. I can smell you in the air, like you're just about to sneak up behind me. I can hear your voice in my head. I should never be able to sneak up on an assassin. We both know that I never let you sneak up on me. I wanted you to catch me because I loved you so damn much. I'm not here because I want to reminisce on our good times. I'm here because Ryan Brackstone decided I was no longer a priority. Only you knew about our love nest, but he could have found it. I chartered a jet to California. I had a limo drive us to your state. If he was keeping his eyes peeled for my movements, he could have found me. But the truth is, he doesn't want to be bothered with me, and I will make sure that's his biggest mistake. We arrived the morning after I issued that threat to David. In truth, I was never going to kill Sabrina. Had he refused, I would have released her and found another human to hold over his head. But he made everything unpleasant. We spent the night on the jet waiting for the pilots. Go ahead for takeoff. David and Camille sat side by side, their fingers entwined. For a brief moment, I hated my son. He was given the happiness that I found with you. All those years he tried to destroy us, and he was given the happily ever after. But I shoved those emotions down because they're useless. Despite my envy, I want my son to be with a strong soulmate. Camille was the more level-headed one in the group, someone who would be able to keep everybody on task. Greer was fast asleep, the awakening of her wolf taking everything out of her. I kind of miss Sabrina's company, which is why I wrote to you. At least she would have been another adult for me to talk to. The pilot, a human who couldn't be bothered to interact with us, landed on the private airstrip of your estate. I ushered the 3 assassins in training to their rooms. Yes, the ones that lock from the outside. Then I came here so I could talk to you. I have a lot of work to do. Camille will most likely be the easiest one to train since she has a warrior spirit. Greer's afraid, which won't do. People are supposed to fear her. But David will test my patience. He'll do it in his sly way, barely noticeable to anyone who doesn't know him. He can't help himself. That's his nature. But I'll shape him into a warrior that can defeat Ryan Brackstone. They have to be enough, because Caden can't be risked. After all, who will replace that useless empress if he dies? Your alpha female, Sharon. David opened his eyes, uncomprehending of what startled him awake. The bright sunlight told him that he slept for a couple of hours. Anger swam in his gut. He sat up, the plush bed begging for him to stay put. But he couldn't, because he knew the deal. His mother locked him into a fancy guest room and hoped he would comply. That wasn't going to happen. Now that Aunt Sabrina was with his pack, David would find a way to destroy that evil woman. First, he needed to figure out what kind of bracelet was put on his holder. Of course, Sharon had separated the both of them. He stepped onto the hardwood floors and stood. He'd had to strip out of his jeans and t-shirt in order to sleep. It wasn't like the woman was kind enough to allow them to pick up clothing at a store. David walked over to the door and tried the knob. It was locked. He was tempted to break the lock, but he knew better. Camille would suffer for his bad decisions, and he wasn't going to allow his princess to feel any unnecessary pain. The question was, who could tell him what that bracelet did? He fished his cell phone out of his jeans pocket and stared at it. It was only a day old when he ran off with Camille. Caden had given it to him as a peace offering. He had a few new phones lying around in case pack members were too poor to replace their devices. David didn't think any of his contacts would have known what was going on. Summer was as clueless as he was, and Caden grew up in a wolf pack. Yes, his mom was a mage, but her specialty was electricity. That woman was a beast, a wrecking ball on the battlefield, so deadly. At least, that's what the rest of his packmates said. David had been hidden, protected from the onslaught since he was a new turn. That showed that Caden was leagues above Rune. Rune would have forced new members to fight, uncaring of how dangerous it was for them. David sighed and eyed his office contact. Mara would probably have an answer for him. She was a good place to start. But he also didn't want to put the less dominant line shifter in Sharon's path. Mara had been one of the few who was kind to him. But then again, Camille was the most important person in his life. As he pondered what to do, the door unlocked and opened. David spun to face his mother, who was dressed in yoga pants and a t-shirt. She had fresh clothing in her arms. All of the tags were still attached. "Toss money around and you can have anything delivered," she bragged. He was tempted not to take the clothes. Maybe if he refused to shower, she'd be willing to let him go. But something about that didn't sit right with him. Camille was his holder and shouldn't be subjected to foul smells. David grabbed the clothes out of his mother's arms, and she eyed him with disappointment. "David, I thought I taught you to say thank you." He didn't speak to her. Sharon was dead to him. The lioness huffed. "Your silent treatment isn't affecting me. You're more annoying when you talk. Hurry up and shower and dress. The others are waiting for you in the kitchen." Sharon stood there, tapping her foot impatiently. David wished he could use an alpha command on her, but she wore an earring that protected her from alpha commands. "I'm not gonna leave you alone. Go shower. Training starts at 11 whether you eat or not." Since his stomach was beginning to rumble, David didn't have a desire to delay food. He walked into the ensuite bathroom and took a quick shower. Then he changed into jean shorts and a t-shirt that was a bit too big on him. After putting on the flip-flops that were provided, he exited the bathroom and saw his mother, looking pleased with herself. She gestured to the doorway, and David exited the room. He was in a high-ceilinged wide hallway with marble floors and half a dozen doors on either side. He could sense Camille, which filled his heart with excitement. He rushed down the winding staircase through a living room that was sparsely decorated and hurried into a kitchen that was painted purple. A kitchen island split the room in half. Camille was sitting on one of the bar stools, eyeing her half-empty plate. She gestured to the spot beside her. David kissed the top of her head before sitting down. He eyed his plate, which was piled with bacon, eggs, and buttered toast. Greer sat on Camille's other side. She hardly touched anything on her plate. She looked rather sad. Sharon clapped her hands. I figured I'd go over some of the house rules. Number 1, we don't have servants. That would be too risky. You're responsible for your own laundry and the cleanliness of your room. Number 2, take turns cooking. I don't cook, nor do I want to learn how to. But the rest of you surely know how, judging by the delicious breakfast Greer made. Number 3, you can call whoever you would like. This isn't a prison. It's more like a training camp. But don't tell anyone what you're up to. The last thing we need is Ryan Bragstone figuring out our plans. Greer raised her hand. I don't even know why I was chosen for this. I don't know how to fight. I haven't even shifted yet. And I hate the sight of blood. Sharon smirked. I'll explain everything once training starts. Believe me, Greer, you're useful. All of you have the capabilities of destroying Ryan Bragstone. The problem with that snake is that he has an equally talented mage on his side. Madeline is deadly and will protect her spineless soulmate till the bitter end. David hated what the alpha pair were doing to humans. He wanted to save them, to stop the madness, to keep the shifter world separate from the human world. But he didn't like doing so at the cost of working with his mother. Mara could have trained them. They could have attempted this with Caden and Summer's help. What was his mother up to? David, Camille, and Greer stood outside under the baking hot California sun in front of the enormous swimming pool. Sharon sat off to the side in a lounger. She looked relaxed, as if she was about to watch some sort of show. There was a box the size of a guitar case by her feet. Camille eyed her with suspicion. David wished he could ask her what his mother was feeling. My future assassins, our first lesson of the day will be stressful. I advise you to be prepared to be challenged, Sharon said. Greer, open that box and grab one of the stones. Camille's sister looked like she was about to pass out. David personally didn't think someone so kind-hearted was capable of killing anything, but he wasn't the one making the decisions. She trembled as she squatted to open the box. She reached in and grabbed a stone, then quickly made her way back to the group. A lightning bolt slammed into the pavement in front of her. Greer dropped the stone and rushed away, her shrieks making David's mother chuckle. Camille raced after her, leaving David alone with his mother. I knew Greer Meadows was useful, but who knew she could channel lightning? It's the same power Madeline has. I wonder if Greer's as strong as the alpha female. David stayed stubbornly quiet, not wanting to engage this terrible woman. Instead, he waited for Camille to return, which took 2 minutes. She led her shell-shocked sister over to the group, her body still quivering. Greer, now that you're done with your dramatics, take a breather. It's David's turn. David had doubts that he had any talent, but he decided to go along with what his mother wanted. He reached into the box and pulled out a gray stone. Immediately, a wave of water rushed from the pool and slammed into him. Water manipulation. That's handy. I have assassins in my pride that can actually boil somebody's blood. You may not even have to fight Ryan Braxton up close and personal. You can attack from afar. David concentrated on the water that was coating his body and urged it to leave his skin. He used too much force. The droplets flew away from him at a rapid speed, turning into ice before landing on top of the pool. Camille, dear, it's your turn now. Camille reached in and grabbed a gray stone. She was 2 feet away from David when the ground began trembling. Chapter 11. Earthquakes. I knew I shouldn't have picked up that stupid stone. Power slammed into me, and I felt so many emotions that I thought I would fall apart. I could sense the grief from the widow next door, the worries from the family down the street, and the rage from a motorist a couple of blocks away. What was worse was that I could also grasp snippets of thoughts. They didn't make any sense, just words like death, I'm lonely, she's a witch, she cut me off. The voices weren't familiar at all, and I thought I'd pass out from the onslaught. As I had my mental freakout, the ground beneath me began trembling. Frowning, I focused on the tremors, realizing that I also had a connection to the earth. I tried to shut off my telepathy so I could control the ground, but it wouldn't work. I was bombarded, surrounded by whispers, being harmed by every emotion. David's arms wrapped around me, his hands rubbing up and down my back. I buried my face in his chest, and the noise faded. The ground stopped moving, and all I could feel was my soulmate, the man meant for me. We stood there, not caring in the slightest that Sharon and Greer were watching us. I needed him, and he was keeping me safe the only way he knew he could. Interesting. An empath, telepath, and an elemental. Camille, you're quite the prize. I didn't know how Sharon knew of my mental gifts, but I didn't care. I was too exhausted to try to deny what she said. I was no longer concerned that someone knew my secret. I was worn out. Greer's hand gently rested on my shoulder, making me smile. We hadn't talked much, but she was nothing but nice to me. Are you okay, Camille? She asked. I will be, I replied. Sharon let out a whistle, and David pulled away from me. I was immediately blasted by the emotions of everybody on the block. I groaned and gripped my chest, the negative emotions feeling like they were impaling my heart. David's mother eyed me with concern. You can't use my son as a clutch, Camille. You need to be able to shut out everyone's feelings. Now that I've seen your gifts, it's time to go inside. I could barely walk, but I knew I'd have to obey Sharon. That stupid bracelet was still on my wrist. She led us inside the house through the sunroom and into a room that was off the living room. It was nothing more than an empty room with mats on the floor. She gestured to the mat, and I collapsed onto one. Greer and David taking the ones on either side of me. Being inside lessened the effects of my empathy gift, but it still hurt like hell. This will be the first exercise we do each morning. It'll strengthen your control and make it easier to wield your gift. Because I can't trust any of you as far as I can throw you, your doors will still remain locked from the outside. Not to worry, you can do something to improve your situation. Despite Sharon's methods, I wasn't willing to leave. Thanks to that stone she had me pick up, my gifts were on the surface. My empathy gift was making pain radiate in my chest. I wish I hadn't picked up that damn magical object. There was no freaking way I could live in this state. How can we improve our situation? Greer wanted to know. The lioness shifter grinned. Dear, you're nowhere ready to be challenged. Now, I want everyone to lie flat on your back. We all followed suit, but I could sense that David wished he could disobey her. Put your hands on your stomach and breathe in and out. I spent the next hour trying to focus my mind. By the end of the misery, I had a headache behind my eyes. At least the voices were no longer invading my thoughts, though the empathy I felt was making my heart hurt. After lunch, we're meeting outside. We'll work on hand-to-hand combat. The four of us made our way to the kitchen. Greer opened the fridge and pulled out a box of hamburger patties. I decided to help out by making a salad. David and his mother had a staring contest the entire time. I didn't think either of them would be able to relax around the other anytime soon. We sat down for a quiet lunch after Greer made the burgers in a skillet. I gripped David's hand as I ate, relaxing when the pain in my chest eased. He was seriously the best thing that ever happened to me. I didn't see him as a crutch. He was my soulmate. Damn it, we were stronger together, and I accepted that. But it would be nice if I had a handle on my gifts. Combat training was a waste of my time. I honestly dusted both David and Greer. After I flipped the lioness over my shoulder for the third time, she dismissed me. I went back to my room and sat on the bed. This whole day had been a challenge. Even now, my elemental gift danced in my stomach. I knew one freakout would send this house down on us all. I grabbed my phone and called my twin. Hey, Cammy, how's it going? Kate asked. I allowed the voice of my brother to wrap around me, ease my power down into the depths of my being. But it didn't work. It was bubbling, begging me to use it. I'm also an elemental mage. Really? How interesting. I have an air gift, and Summer has a fire gift. What about you? Earth. Has she burned down any more houses? I seriously wanted to know, but my brother chuckled. She burned off half of Paula's hair. I think she did it on purpose. We're all still pretty pissed at her. How's Clara? She's pregnant, and no one's talking about it. I'm letting her grieve. I'll allow her to give Paula 50 lashes when she's up to it. How's training with Sharon? I kicked her butt in combat. She dismissed me after I flipped her over my head. That's the Cammy that I know and love, my awesome badass twin. What's bothering you? My gift isn't easy to control, Cade. I think if I were to lose my temper, I could cause an earthquake. The thought of hurting others made my stomach sour. My powers are stubborn at best. It's almost like my body doesn't want me to use them. But Summer told me the same thing about her powers. One time, she got mad at her mom and lit the kitchen table on fire. What did her mother do? Ground her. I feel bad for Summer, her mother's. I stopped that sentence from coming out. I needed to come clean about my other gift. There's something I never told you, I said, regret filling me. What's going on, Camille? I'm an empath. That's why I didn't want to go to Landon's funeral. The event would have made me pass out. Negative emotions caused me physical pain. I waited for a bit, trying to figure out what my twin was thinking. It would have been so much easier if I made this confession in person. You mean you can feel everyone's emotions? Kate asked. Yes. I feel our pack's emotions strongly. That's why I didn't want to go to Landon's funeral. It's not that I don't want to be there for people. I just don't know how to be. Kate, I'm sorry I never told you this before, but my instincts were telling me not to tell anyone.
It's good that you kept quiet. If Landon had known about your gift, he would have told the Empress. Loose lips would have made you a target. I can't entirely trust the pack with your safety.
My twin statements made my heart ache. Before the incident with Brian Brackstone, he had been wary but trusting all the same. Now, I could see the scars that Landon's betrayal left. Landon had been a packmate, someone we were supposed to trust. And yet, when it got tough, he orchestrated an attack on one of our packmates. It didn't matter that Jeannie wasn't permanently injured. She suffered for no other reason than Miles had gone to the wrong house. Miles wasn't someone I thought about often, but I felt like he was misguided. He wasn't as evil as the man he associated himself with. I sensed that if he was given an opportunity, he could redeem himself. You're right. This can stay between us.
I won't even tell Summer.
How are things going with the two of you? Cade groaned.
Her mother's getting on my last nerves. It's like she's doing everything in her power to keep Summer and me apart. I don't think playing by her rules will get me anywhere. I need to claim her. Summer is my holder.
Then claim her. Wanda is a less dominant wolf. There's nothing she can do about the two of you moving in together.
I won't ask her to move in until after her 18th birthday. I don't trust Wanda not to involve the authorities. The last thing I need is a human poking around pack business, Caden said. There he went, assuming the worst in a packmate again. I missed my brother's old outlook on life.
How did Summer's shift go? I asked.
She shifted in front of Patricia. I'm keeping an eye on her. So far, Patricia hasn't betrayed our pack.
Will you turn her?
I asked. Not if I can help it. She's not keen on being a wolf. The last thing I want to do is force people into this life. How are things going with you and David?
Better now that he's talking to me, I replied. I caught my brother up on everything, feeling relieved that I could talk to him. After he hung up, I decided I'd make myself useful. I made my way into the kitchen and opened the fridge. I wasn't much of a cook, since I hated spending time with my mother. She offered to teach me many times, but I passed, preferring to suffer in silence. But I did know how to make one thing everyone loved: baked macaroni and cheese.
Hi, Princess.
David greeted. It was just after 9, an hour before lights out. I couldn't believe that Sharon was giving us a curfew. It would be easier for her to lock us in our rooms all at the same time. I spent my last hour of freedom standing in the sunroom, trying to control my breathing. The sharp pains of empathy came and went. David stood in front of me, dressed in a t-shirt and cotton shorts. His eyes were filled with worry, his lips twisting when he caught sight of the bracelet around my wrist. How are you feeling? I asked, pointing at the bruises that were fading from his arm. David shrugged.
Rune's done worse to me. You were quiet at dinner. Is there something wrong?
I shot David a slight smile. My barbecue chicken was kind of dry. I was disappointed it didn't turn out right. Other than that, I'm the same.
My soulmate shook his head. Just tell me what's wrong. I thought we both established that we shouldn't hide things from each other.
Nothing's wrong exactly. I'm just trying to control my empathy gift. The pain's pretty bad and... He wrapped me in his arms, the potency of the ache in my chest fading as he held me. I ran my fingers through David's dark hair, content with how close we were. I should have sought him out sooner, but he had fallen asleep on the couch after dinner,
the combat training taking a lot out of him. Greer wasn't much better. She had already gone into her bedroom. David stroked his hands up and down my back, and butterflies began dancing in my stomach. I tilted my head up, and our lips met in a slow, sensual kiss. Our tongues touched, and it felt like my entire world was consumed with one desire, to complete the bond with my fated mate. He pulled away from me, and on impulse, I pulled up his shirt, David lifting his arm so I could take it off. My shirt left my body afterward, and he pulled me into him. Our skin touching was like coming home. I brought my lips back to his fingertips brushing up and down my spine. I was losing control, and I knew it. I didn't care. David was mine, the person that was made for me. I was about to suggest that we head somewhere private when David suddenly pulled away from me. He shook his head, his determined gaze making disappointment flood me. "No, princess. We're not bonding until after you agree to marry me," David said. He picked his shirt off the floor and shrugged into it. Then he picked up my shirt and held it out for me. I took it, confused by his words. But I understood his intent. He wanted our mating to be nothing like Rune and his mother's had been. Chapter 12. Weakest Link. Dear Rune, it has been 2 weeks since I started training the 3 assassins. There hasn't been much progress. Camille still struggles with controlling her empathy gift and can't use her telepathic abilities for anything useful. Greer's afraid of her lightning gift. This afternoon had to be the worst training session yet. I gathered the 3 reluctant wolves and led them into the backyard. My love, I'm wearing the protection necklace that prevents me from being harmed by any magic. Though I'm not sure that any of the wolves realize that I have such a talisman in my possession. I won't tell them about it unless it becomes necessary. Camille stood there shaking like a leaf. Her lips were pressed tight together, sweat beading on her forehead. David reached for her, but I held up my hand. She needs to learn how to rein it in on her own, I told my son. He looked like he was going to pull his holder into his arms, but I gestured to the bracelet Camille wore. I hadn't been moved to use it yet. I loved the holder bonds for this reason. David was too afraid to risk Camille. Instead, he watched as his lovely soulmate dropped to her knees and laid her palms flat on the concrete. To my utter annoyance, cracks began appearing in the concrete, and the ground started to shake. Camille groaned, clenched her teeth, and took deep breaths. She lay flat on her back and began doing the meditative exercises I taught her. After 2 minutes, the cracks stopped forming and the ground stopped shaking. I eyed the damage to the concrete with disappointment. That meant that she wasn't battle-ready. It wasn't like Camille could meditate during a battle with our enemy. Greer, on the other hand, looked like she was about to run inside again. I decided to start with her. "Greer, produce a lightning bolt the size of a penny," I ordered. Greer backed away from the group and focused. She called down a bolt of lightning the size of a grapefruit. It slammed into the ground in front of her and turned the concrete black. "Again," I ordered. It took the shaking woman 12 tries to accomplish what I wanted her to. Next, I ordered David to produce an icicle. His water gift came easy to him. In a couple of minutes, 2 3-foot-long icicles appeared, 1 in each of his hands. He tested their weight, then tossed them in my direction. I easily dodged them and glared at my son. "Sorry, Sharon. That was an accident." He lied. I ignored his behavior and focused on Camille. "Camille,
Knock Greer off her feet with your earth gift. Camille got to her feet and shot her half-sister an apologetic expression. I knew from eavesdropping that they hadn't really spoken much. She spent most of her time with my son, which was inconvenient. Greer was my insurance policy. I was beginning to think I needed to find Greer's soulmate. I wasn't sure how to go about that. There weren't any charms I knew of that would generate one for her. Perhaps I would consult Camille. She didn't understand that I, too, had a rare gift. I could sense and understand the gifts of other mages. Camille had supernatural intuition, a rare gift that wasn't seen too often. I'd corner her about that, my love, once she was able to wield her magic. Camille eyed the ground, then she made a fist. The ground shook under Greer, and she toppled to the concrete. Although my 3 students succeeded in their tasks, I couldn't help but feel that they needed an extra push. My love, my determination to bring the group closer grew stronger as the day wore on. During combat practice, David's blocks were slow and sloppy. Greer was trying to learn, but she was often unsure of herself. I cursed as she left herself wide open and David tapped her on the side. That wolf just didn't have a killer instinct, even though her gift was invaluable. I knew a dangerous mission could increase the bond the 3 of them shared. Then I'd use their bond to my advantage. My dearest Rune, I wish you were still here. I wish I could consult you, but I can't. So I must figure this one out alone. Your frustrated alpha female, Sharon. Sharon closed the journal, her heart yearning for her fated mate. Rune had been her soulmate, and now he was out of reach. She let out a sigh and stood from the high-backed chair. She eyed the desk with longing before an idea occurred to her. After securing the journal in a desk drawer, she strolled out of the room and entered the kitchen. Her 3 students were sitting around the table enjoying ice cream sundaes. Sharon cleared her throat. David looked up and met her eyes. The hatred and distrust swimming in his gaze gutted her. For goodness sake, couldn't the boy see that everything she had done was for his best interest? Even after he put a rift between her and Rune, she still kept him around. Wasn't that enough? We have big plans tomorrow night. Greer was the only person who looked curious. David was suspicious, and Camille had disappointment on her face. She really wanted to be able to channel her mage abilities, and wasn't going to be thrilled with distractions. "Mom, what are you up to?" David demanded. At least he wasn't calling her Sharon, which was a good thing. No, wait. He was probably calling her mom to placate her. Once that bracelet was off Camille's wrist, David would go back to calling her Sharon full-time. I'm not up to anything. Camille, tomorrow will be a big day for you. You're going to help Greer through her first shift. Camille nodded as if she had expected as much. Poor Greer looked like she was about to throw up. Shift? You mean I'm going to turn into a furry werewolf? Greer asked. Yes. The 3 of you will go for a pack run. David, I was impressed watching you learn how to shift. Remember, there are cameras in your bedrooms. When you run as wolves, make sure you don't go far, since I do have that special connection to Camille. Sharon cautioned. With Sharon's work done, she left the trio. She didn't want to deal with Greer's incessant worrying. The next afternoon, Greer pulled a sheet of cookies out of the oven. She was stress baking, disappointed in the progress she'd made this far. Goodness, she couldn't even use her magic without flinching. And tonight, Camille was supposed to help her shift for the first time. Greer didn't think she could do it, although she did feel like there was a wolf inside her. Greer knew she was faster, healed quicker, and had lightning magic. But she didn't feel the overwhelming need to shift into another form. Though if Greer was being honest with herself, she didn't want to shift into another form. She liked herself the way she was. She put the cookie sheet on the cooling rack and eyed the counter full of goodies. Cookies, brownies, chocolate cake, and vanilla cupcakes were there for the taking. "Do you have a sweet tooth?" Camille asked. Greer let out a surprised screech before turning to face her younger sister. Camille had circles under her eyes, a weary expression, and hunched shoulders. Her empathy gift was kicking her butt. Greer wished she could help her sister, but she could barely figure out her own abilities. "I'm baking some goodies. After all, today is a celebration. I'll be able to shift into a wolf." Greer's over-the-top excitement made Camille wrinkle her nose. "I know you don't want to be a wolf, but it was always what you were meant to be. Had your wolf not risen to the surface, you would have died by age 25. Greer swallowed. "No one told me that. The information wasn't important. Besides, Sharon isn't the type to dwell on what could have been. She's focused on training us to be the best assassins we can be." "That's a laugh. I can barely throw a punch. I have some control over my lightning, but it isn't reliable. I'm the weakest link. Why did she even take me to begin with? Your gift is what she wants to use against Ryan Brackstone." "He won't be expecting it," Camille said. "She would have been better off choosing someone else. I'm not used to this life. I'm not a fighter. Before this, I wouldn't even kill spiders. How am I going to kill someone that's done nothing to me? He supposedly killed my mom, but I don't know that for sure." A sympathetic expression crossed Camille's face. "He didn't kill your mother. I'm sure of it. But he did kill hundreds of people." Greer knew what her sister said was true. It was too convenient that Ryan Brackstone was the one who pulled the trigger. Then who did? Why had her mom tried to expose shifters? Her mother kept to herself. Greer felt like she had been an annoyance to her mother, but she still loved the woman. "I don't know if I want to stop Ryan Brackstone. I'm only doing this because of that stupid bracelet on your wrist," Greer admitted. Camille shot her a hesitant expression. "I'm not good with people. That's more Caden's talent. But let me tell you this. I appreciate that you were willing to sacrifice your freedom to save Sabrina. And I thank you for going along with this to save me from torture. That right there tells me that you're a great person. Were you ever going to reach out to me?" Greer grinned. "Yes, I was going to approach you when you went off to college. I pictured us going out to lunch and having the bond my mother and I never did. She never told me I was a wolf." Camille nodded. "Chances are she didn't know. When humans are in the know, they aren't told everything." "What was your childhood like?" Greer wanted to know. Sadness filled Camille's eyes, and she snatched a brownie from the pan and bit into it. "It was happy. Our pack was double the size. I didn't really have friends, but I didn't care. I had Cade. He made sure I was always included in games." "Why did half of the pack leave?" "They didn't leave. Well, some of the members left after a lot of our pack mates died in a plane crash," Camille explained. Sharon walked into the room, her eyes scanning the two women. "You can go down memory lane after Greer shifts. Follow me." Greer wished she could run out the front door and never look back. but she wasn't going to risk the life of her little sister. She felt a bond with Camille, a desire to keep her safe. She got to her feet and felt like she collapsed. Her sister wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and they followed Sharon out the back door. David was already there in his wolf form. He was a tall, midnight-colored wolf with patches of white behind his ears. He wagged his tail when he spotted the two women. Sharon rolled her eyes. "Take off your clothes, Greer. You can't shift like that." She wasn't about to be naked in front of David. Thankfully, the wolf turned his back on the group and walked over to the oak tree. Greer lifted her shirt over her head, blushing as the two women watched on. When she was down to her birthday suit, Camille rested a hand on her shoulder. "I can do this one of two ways. I can walk you through breathing exercises, or I could command you to shift. Which do you think would be easier for you?" "If you command me to shift, would I be able to shift back?" "After your first shift, your body will know how. It's instinctual," Camille said. Greer didn't think she could focus on any breathing exercises. Her heart rate was accelerating, and she thought she'd collapse to the ground and curl up in a ball. "Command me to shift. I just want to get it over with." Greer focused on Camille, not wanting to see Sharon's disgusted expression. "Greer, I command you to shift." Greer fell to the ground, her bones reshaping, pain nearly making her pass out. Her head ached, her eyes stung, and her teeth felt like they'd fall out. The pain was so intense that after it vanished, all she could do was stand there. Then her senses filled with sounds and smells, and her vision sharpened. Greer was so overwhelmed that all she could do was take a couple of clumsy steps. "Holy crap, I have paws," Greer thought to herself. Camille shifted into a brown wolf and nudged her side, before running to David. Greer followed her sister, a link pulling her forward. David joined them, their wolves circling one another. Then David playfully shoved at Greer, and she retaliated by nipping his shoulder. Then it was on. The three wolves ran, played, and then relaxed by the pool. For once, Greer felt free, relaxed, like she truly belonged somewhere. Chapter 13. Thanksgiving. I frowned down at the black cocktail dress that Sharon had handed me an hour earlier. My dark hair was up in a ponytail, and I was wearing black pumps. I wasn't sure what the crazy lady was up to, but I went along with it since her lessons were beginning to work. The negative emotions I felt were more like pinpricks on my heart instead of a sledgehammer. I could breathe, and I was able to focus enough to use my earth manipulation powers. I held my shoulders back and exited the room. At least Sharon had given up on waiting for me to get dressed before escorting me to the kitchen. She knew I wasn't going to run into the world until I had control over my abilities. The scent of baking chocolate chip cookies reached my nose as I stepped into the kitchen. There were covered platters on the table, and platters of cookies, pies, cupcakes, and brownies on the countertop. Greer was in a blue cocktail dress, her eyes excited. "What's all this?" I asked. Greer gasped. "Cammy, it's Thanksgiving. Aren't you excited Sharon had dinner catered?" Longing to be with my family hit me so hard that I had to lean my hip on the countertop to stay upright. This was the first Thanksgiving I was spending without them. I didn't mind this holiday so much since people were happy, grateful, and sleepy once they ate so much food. I wondered what my twin was doing. Did Summer's controlling mother allow him to have Thanksgiving with his holder? I didn't know. I supposed I'd have to call him later on. He'd answer my call despite the time difference. It was 5 in the afternoon, and the day had been spent learning how to creep up on people. It was 3 hours of one of us hiding, while the others tried finding them without being detected. For obvious reasons, David and Greer couldn't get the drop on me. In all fairness, none of us got the drop on Sharon either. I see. What did you do last Thanksgiving? I asked. I worked at the diner. It was pretty cool. We ran a Thanksgiving special. My boss hosted us at her house afterward, Greer cheerily explained before yawning. Man, today's lesson was so exhausting. It was more frustrating than exhausting, but I didn't bother telling her that. An arm slid around me from behind, and I leaned against David's firm chest. He brushed a kiss to the side of my neck that made my toes curl. I wanted to claim him so badly, but his stubbornness was prevailing. What's up with all the food? David asked. It's Thanksgiving, I said in a flat tone. Sharon breezed in, wearing a red cocktail dress. I pulled out of David's arms and turned to see that he wore dress pants and a button-down shirt, complete with a black tie. I gently straightened his tie and kissed his cheek. You're handsome. You're so beautiful that I wish I could do nothing but kiss you all night, David said. He cupped the back of my head in his hands and planted one of his long, sensual kisses on me. I wrapped my arms around him and basked in our passion, uncaring that Greer and Sharon were in the room. We hardly got any time alone. When we pulled away, David kissed my forehead, and we turned to see a scowling Sharon. I want to take a picture of the three of you. You look quite nice, Sharon said. Greer, I want you to stand in the middle. We stood together, me on Greer's left and David on her right. At first, our pictures were stiff, since none of us really wanted to be in front of the camera. But then Greer giggled and tossed her arms around us. We loosened up after that, smiling and poking each other. Sharon eventually told us she had enough and gestured for us to take our seats. She had catered turkey, mashed potatoes, mixed vegetables, gravy, and 2 types of stuffing. She had a traditional one made with beef, and one made with raisins and apples. Apparently, Greer had expressed her love for that kind of stuffing. David, Sharon, and I passed on it. None of us really said much, since Sharon was eating with us. She sucked all the fun out of everything. After our meal was consumed, Greer let out a yawn. Guys, I'm really tired. I'm going to bed, she said. Greer got up and nearly lost her balance. She chuckled and walked out of the room. Sharon shook her head. That girl is clumsy. If she kills anyone, I swear it will be by accident. Can you imagine Greer sitting in a tree, holding a knife, our target walking by, her falling out of the tree and landing on top of the target knife first? David scowled. You're the one who kidnapped her, and now you're making fun of her? Darling, I didn't kidnap her. I just gave her a reason to come with me. Persuading someone isn't illegal, is it? Sharon demanded. David stood. I'm done eating. If you leave this room, you'll have to be locked up for the night. Take your pick, David. Either hang out with me and your lovely holder, or go to bed. My soulmate was seconds away from unleashing a torrent of water at his mother. The longer he spent in this house, the more eager to kill her he became. I had to do something. If David attacked now, it would only put him in danger. Why don't we enjoy dessert in our rooms? I asked. Or Sharon could stop micromanaging us. I'm here, even if I don't want to be. You never said I had to like it, David said. Maybe you should remember who you're talking to, Sharon hissed. Sharon tapped her ring, and pain sliced into my arm. I let out a shocked gasp as blood began dripping from a wound. I was about to ask what had happened when she tapped the ring again, and a gash on my arm appeared above the first one. She hit the jewelry 5 more times before eyeing David. I hope you know, those kinds of wounds don't heal. They scar. Camille, dear, I'll have to stitch those up for you after I put David to bed. My soulmate looked at me with regret, his emotions devastating me. Gone was his stubbornness, which I admired. Now he felt helpless, repentant, and hated himself for what happened. He blamed himself for losing his temper with his mother. I didn't blame David at all. He was just pushed to our breaking point. David left the room, followed by his self-satisfied mother. I grabbed napkins, putting pressure on the wounds as blood quickly leaked through them. Sharon re-entered the room with a first aid kit and a stack of folded towels on top. She shoved our dinner plates toward the middle of the island, then gestured to the stool closest to her. I sat, and she placed one of the towels on the island and instructed me to rest my arm on it. For the next half an hour, I had to endure her stitching me up. Since my body didn't react well to anesthetics, Sharon didn't want to risk using one. I thought I'd pass out by the end of it, but I remained conscious. When she was finished with the task, she wrapped my arm with a bandage. This is an effective punishment. I trust that you won't retaliate, Camille. You wouldn't want Greer suffering this, right? No, I replied. I most certainly wouldn't retaliate against the monster. Instead, I'd find a way to escape this misery. The first thing I needed to do was call my mother. We hadn't spoken since Sabrina was turned. I wondered what my reception would be like. For the first time in my life, I needed her help. Sharon's techniques weren't helping me quickly enough. If anyone could understand my powers, it would be my mother. I'm glad we have an understanding, Camille. Why don't you get some rest? We have training tomorrow, Sharon said. I got to my feet and shuffled to my room. I shut the door, stripped out of my cocktail dress, and took another shower. The pajamas I'd been wearing all week were on my bed. I changed into the cotton shorts and t-shirt and sat down in bed. I reached for the phone and waited until I heard the click of my doorknob. Sharon tiptoed away, her emotions fading. Happy Thanksgiving, dear. It was so nice of you to call. When are you coming home? Mom demanded. I was in so much pain that I decided to keep this conversation quick. I need your help. With what? Mom demanded. For the first time in my life, I opened up to my mother about my abilities. I explained my need to keep my empathy secret. I told her about how challenging my telepathy was. I explained that I barely had a handle on my earth elemental gifts. She listened, and thankfully, she stifled the urge to interrupt me. When I was finished speaking, she hummed. Fascinating. You say that negative emotions cause you pain? She asked. Yes, I said. Have you ever tried expelling the emotions? Like using them as a weapon? I blinked. What do you mean? Camille, your grandmother had empathy. She was a very powerful alpha female. With one exhale, she could calm a crowd or make a pack suffer. My grandparents were murdered before I was born. My mother always suspected that the empress hired the Katrina state to kill them, but she couldn't be certain. Did the empress kill Grandma because of what she could do? I believe so. Was that why my instincts were telling me not to say anything? Probably. I'm nervous that Sharon knows that you're an empath, but I don't know that she knows that your abilities are actually a weapon. Mom had great instincts. Her mother before her had visions. You may have them one day. Your gifts have to develop first. I've always feared for you and your brother. Do you think he has more abilities? I asked. Most certainly. That stone Sharon had you touch is one of the ones that the Empress uses on her guards. Most people don't get gifts until they find their soulmates. Sometimes you get trickles of a gift. That stone brings out your gifts prematurely. My guess is that Caden probably never had to use his other abilities. With you two being twins, I imagine his gifts are similar to yours, Mom said. Are you upset about Greer? I asked. No. I'm upset that I can't be there to protect you girls. I'm mad that the Empress allowed Ryan Bragstone to be a threat. I'm worried about you, Camille. I want you to come home, but I don't know how to remove that bracelet. Until you get an opening, do exactly what Sharon says. She's dangerous. Look out for your sister, she pleaded. Can you tell Dad everything? I asked. Of course, sweetheart. You did well not to let anyone know about your gifts. Annabelle kills anyone that's a threat. I think the only reason why Caden hasn't been murdered is because she thinks she can use him. I wouldn't be surprised if Paula and Felix were ordered to kill him and Summer after Ryan Bragstone dies. Mom speculated. I shuddered. What should I do? Camille, you've always been the tough one, the strong one, the one that has to make the difficult choices. I hate that for you. But you know your brother will only eliminate a threat if the threat comes at him. He isn't the type to prevent a threat. But you are. Think about it. Kill Bragstone, and what will happen? Think about who really needs killing, sweetheart. Mom insisted. I will, I said in a hoarse voice. I love you, Camille. Stay safe. I love you too, Mom. Look out for Caden, I said before hanging up the phone. Chapter 14. Unease. The blare of Christmas music nearly made my ears ring. I had spent a sleepless night thinking about my grandmother and the true threat to my brother's life. I was in no mood to deal with Sharon. When she came into my room, she brought me a hideous sweater and jeans. I shrugged into both, brushed my teeth, then made my way downstairs. Greer was already at the table, eating a cupcake. There were 3 large drinks on the island, one at each place setting. The one marked Camille was full of hot cider. Since it was my favorite, I happily took a sip, snacking on a slice of chocolate cake instead of the cupcakes. What are you drinking? Greer's concerned eyes met mine. Hot chocolate with marshmallows and whipped cream? How is your arm? How did you find out? I smelled blood and left my room. David was pretty upset. He told me what happened before Sharon locked him up for the night. I wish I had a phone. I would have texted you. I was so worried about you. It hurts a hell of a lot, but I'll survive, I told Greer. David entered the room and sat beside me too. While my ugly sweater had snowflakes, his had Christmas trees. Greer's sweater looked kind of adorable with a snowman on the front. Sharon entered the room with a Rudolph-themed Christmas sweater on. She had her own to-go cup, and it smelled like coffee. You guys look great. I hope you're enjoying the drinks I picked up for you. I figured since last night was so terrible, We could start celebrating the Christmas season right away, Sharon said. I wanted to turn down the awful Christmas music. It really wasn't my thing. But if this was the worst she was going to have me do today, I'd suck it up. David picked up his drink and guzzled it down in one go. You always loved black coffee, Sharon said to her son. David nodded and kept his eyes on the island. I put my hand on his back and his shoulders relaxed. His self-loathing was a bit stronger, which pissed me off. Sharon had no right to make her son feel that way. Meditation starts in half an hour. I trust that you guys can be trusted to meet me in the sunroom, Sharon said. She walked over to the counter filled with goodies, grabbed a couple of cookies, and left the room. Greer snored her way through meditation hour. Sharon didn't find it amusing, but David was trying to stifle laughter. At the end of the hour, I gently shook Greer awake. Her eyes opened, and they were wide with confusion. What happened? Greer asked. You treated meditation hour like nap time, Sharon coolly said. Greer got to her feet so fast she nearly toppled over. Don't punish Camille, I'm sorry. Take it out on me. Put the bracelet on me. Please don't hurt her. Sharon shot Greer an annoyed look. I'm not going to punish you for something you can't control. Now follow me outside. It's time to learn how to climb a tree. It was 70 degrees outside, and I wished I could take off my sweater. But I thought that was a secret punishment of Sharon's. She loved making us uncomfortable. She eyed David and gestured to the oak tree. I want you to climb that tree in 10 seconds flat, she ordered. David stretched out his muscles and attempted to climb the tree. It clearly wasn't one of his talents, because he landed on his backside before he could even reach the halfway mark. Sharon frowned. What if you have to climb into someone's window to kill them? I knew my soulmate wanted to make a smart remark, but he didn't. Instead, he tried again. He was able to climb the oak in 45 seconds, which was impressive. When he got back down, he rubbed sweat from his forehead. Camille, it's your turn, Sharon announced. Since I was already well-versed in tree climbing, I climbed the tree in less than 10 seconds, ignoring the agony that tore through my arm. When I got to the top, I felt like I'd pass out. Sharon's satisfaction at my pain pissed me off. I considered what my mother said, the power my grandmother had. I could push pain out of me. I aimed my arm at Sharon and concentrated on the pain I was in. The pain gathered into my chest, and I imagined it like a bullet. I shot it straight at Sharon, and then my agony vanished. She let out a curse and grabbed her arm as if she was the one suffering my agony. Her eyes were wide with surprise. I climbed down, uncaring of the fact that her skin was turning pale. I had just sent that woman a message. If she thought of torturing me with that bracelet, she would feel exactly what I felt. She must have known the precarious situation she was in, because she straightened and spoke through the pain. Greer, you're next. Thankfully, Sharon gave Greer instructions and spent half an hour teaching her the best way to climb a tree. By the end, my sister made it up that oak with no problems. After we were done with the tree climbing, she taught us the best ways to secure a rope in order to exit a building. Then we used various techniques to climb into the house through the windows. By the end, my muscles were screaming. It took 3 days for David to corner me. We had just finished combat class. We were permitted to shower and rest before dinner. I had just finished showering when I exited my room. David was standing there, wearing jeans and a t-shirt.
His hair was damp and his eyes were nervous. Sharon didn't like it when we went into each other's rooms. I thought he was worried that she'd punish us. "I hate that I never got your phone number," he said. "You know it's not your fault." Sharon was itching to use the bracelet. "I think she thought that you didn't believe it could hurt me," I said. Sadness filled David's heart. "It is my fault. When I saw my mother, I should have killed her right away. But I froze because it doesn't matter how much I hate her. I couldn't do it. Look what's happening. Greer and you are suffering," David said. "Yes, we're not in the most ideal situation, but..." The sounds of vomiting reached my ears. We rushed out of the room and rushed into Greer's room. The bathroom door was left open and we walked right in. I quickly grabbed my sister's hair as she continued to toss her lunch into the toilet. After 30 seconds, she sat up and groaned. "All this exercise is killing me. I swear," she complained. "Maybe you shouldn't have eaten 4 brownies for lunch," David suggested. "I think you're right," Greer agreed. After she brushed her teeth and washed her face, we helped her into bed, and I tucked her in. David and I eyed her until she fell asleep. I brushed my fingertips over her forehead, having a terrible feeling that I was missing something. "Princess, what's wrong?" "I don't know. I feel uneasy," I admitted. "Were we about to be attacked?" David asked. "I'm not sure. David, something's not right. It'll come to me. I just can't force it." David nodded. "Maybe it's Ryan Brackstone. I wouldn't be surprised if he conquered another pack." "Brackstone's been strangely quiet," Sharon said as she entered the room. "My sources tell me he's up to something." "Did your sources tell you where he is? I wouldn't mind killing him and getting the hell out of here," David said. "Son, you aren't ready to face off with Brian Brackstone. Quite frankly, none of you are. Camille can finally stand up straight without groaning, but she can barely make the earthquake. You need to work more on using your icicles as a weapon. Greer doesn't fear her lightning anymore, but she doesn't want to hurt anyone with it either. Until you 3 become killing machines, you won't be going after Ryan Brackstone." I had a feeling that Sharon would drag it out if she could. She enjoyed having her son close. She wanted David to fall at her feet and tell her that he loved her. I could sense the way she longed for him. But she didn't understand that David was stubborn to the core. And I sensed that my soulmate wasn't all that forgiving. "I think you are underestimating us," David accused. Sharon laughed. "No, dear. I know you well. You'll take your holder and her sister and run back to Caden. You don't care about killing Ryan Brackstone." David's rage nearly toppled me. "You're wrong. Do you have any idea what that man's doing to humans?" "Enlighten me, son," Sharon encouraged. "He's turning them against their will. I'd kill that bastard today if I could." "But they're being given a better life," the lion shifter argued. "They're being given a life they didn't choose. It's not up to Ryan Brackstone to decide what kind of life humans live. It wasn't up to Rune to turn you without asking. It was your right to tell him what you wanted," David said. He stopped speaking and eyed me with concern. He was worried he'd said too much. A tear trickled down Sharon's face. "I see. You never liked Rune because he didn't ask me what I wanted. Son, I think I understand you a little more. But don't you worry.
I was happy to be turned. Rune gave me everything I longed for. Power, love, acceptance, a purpose. I wasn't really happy in my human life. I was, David said. Sharon nodded. David, you will be happy again. Once you kill Ryan Brackstone, you'll go back to your pack. Let that be your motivator. Sharon tore the bracelet off my wrist. I was suspicious. This was a test. I eyed David, who looked from me to his mother. He wanted to destroy her, to get us out of there. I knew it wasn't going to happen. David, let's let Greer sleep. We'll make dinner together. David took my hand and we made our way to the kitchen. Sharon followed behind us. She took one look at the stove and shook her head. Kids, I'm ordering pizza. Go watch a movie. As she walked away, I detected a tinge of regret in her emotions. That didn't bode well for us. Chapter 15. Intuition. I twisted my hips and sent Greer flying over my head. She landed on the grass with a thud. I turned to offer her a hand up. My sister stood, groaned, and let out a curse. Who invited you to combat training? She complained. You did. You swore I would be a good teacher. I reminded my sister. David was sparring with his mother, which wasn't going too well. He held back, being cautious not to hurt her. Neither of us believed that Sharon was trusting us. My intuition said that she held something over our heads. Once we misbehaved, Sharon would drop the bombshell on us. Perhaps she'd hold a knife to Greer's throat. That meant I had to train her as best as I could. Again, I ordered. Greer tossed a sloppy punch at my face. I blocked it easily, grabbed her arm, and twisted it behind her back. She let out a louder groan that time. I need a water break, she announced. I released my sister, and she rushed over to the cooler by the lounger. She picked up one of the bottles of water and drank deeply. I was about to join her when she dropped the water bottle on the concrete and began throwing up. That morning, all she had to eat was toast. What could have gotten her sick? As soon as her retching was finished, she made her way over to us. Sorry about that. All that moving made me nauseous, Greer admitted. David walked away from his mother and eyed my sister. Are you pregnant? Greer squeaked. Pregnant? I'm not pregnant. I haven't had a boyfriend before. That's impossible. Then why are you tired, nauseous, cranky, moving so sloppily and... Because I suck. I'm not meant to be an assassin. I can barely fight off Camille and she's holding back. I'm not pregnant. Believe me. Greer insisted. Sharon let out a laugh. Oh, come now. You really think someone like Greer's pregnant? She's a goody two-shoes. There's another option, Sharon said. A bad feeling came over me. I lied. What did you do to her, Sharon? I asked. Sharon said. You guys were so panicked that none of you paid attention. The poison I dripped down your sister's throat never left her system. She was always my insurance policy. I have the antidote, so you can't kill me. But what you both can do is get me a Christmas present. What would that be? David asked. It was a good thing he was speaking, because horror and anger were mingling in my gut. How hadn't I seen what was going on? You have to kill Ryan Brackstone. If I don't have his head by the 25th, your sister's precious life will run out, Sharon said. Before any of us could stop her, Sharon bolted away. I guess the assassin lessons were over. I listened as a car pulled up in front of the house, a door slammed, and then the car drove off. She really abandoned us here and hoped that we'd find a way to kill Ryan Brackstone. I wasn't sure how the hell we were going to do such a thing. What was the point of kidnapping us? She could have just held Greer's life over our heads. Why not have Caden assist? He was powerful enough to do it. I wasn't sure I had all the pieces. Right now, it didn't matter. My first priority was trying to figure out what poison was used on my sister. We have to call my mom, I said, hoping she'd at least give us a starting point. Should we go back to the pack? David asked. I have a feeling we'll be better off here for now, I said. Do you think Mara will know what kind of poison my mother used? David wondered. I don't think so. Sharon knows we have access to her. Your mother probably used a poison Mara wouldn't recognize. So let's call my mother. She'll have to give us something, I suggested. We helped Greer into the house and guided her into the living room. We sat her on the couch and tossed a throw blanket over her legs. She looked afraid and exhausted all at once. I wished I could do something for her, but I couldn't. I sped up the stairs and grabbed my phone and immediately dialed my mother. Camille, what's the matter? Mom asked. It's Greer. Sharon duped us all, I admitted. Tell me what happened from the beginning, Mom encouraged. I explained everything to my mother, including Sharon's Christmas wish. Considering that Christmas was only a couple of days away, I didn't see how I could actually kill Ryan Brackstone by Christmas. Being with her fated mate will slow the poison's process, Mom said. But it won't cure her. Caden has hundreds of new pack members. I'm sure one of them could help us figure this out. But we need to buy time. How in the hell am I going to find her soulmate? I demanded. Easy. Let your intuition guide you, Mom suggested. But my intuition blows. I didn't know that Greer was still in danger, I argued. You're not omniscient. You're not going to know everything. But if you want to know something, you will, Mom said. If that's the kind of crap Grandma told you, I don't think it's helpful, I said. My mother laughed. It is, sweetheart. Let your intuition guide you. I don't advise you to do it today, since you're stressed enough. Why don't you cuddle with your soulmate, watch a movie, and get some rest? Tomorrow morning, start channeling your intuition, she advised. Tabling this issue for another day didn't seem right. Greer's days were numbered thanks to Sharon Sampson. I would make her pay once my sister was healthy. I might need Caden's help, I admitted. Summer and Caden are throwing a Christmas party for the pack. Can you hold off until after the festivities? Yes, but something tells me I have to get moving on Christmas Day. I think I'll be heading back to Wolfen Falls, I admitted. Can you tell Pete that I'll need him to charter a jet? Tell him to make sure it's roomy. Will do. I won't tell him why you need the jet. Okay. Mom, thanks for the information. No problem, Cammy. Come home in one piece. I'll try. I know you can't promise me that you won't get hurt, but can you at least say something comforting? Mom asked. You know I'm not the comforting type. That didn't change when I got my empathic abilities. I have news for you, Mom said. What would that be? Jeannie's mother was turned into a wolf. She tried to get a blogger to write about the existence of shifters. A human named Thea found her entry. Kate and Summer had no choice but to turn her and her brother Teddy. Thea turned out to be Luke's soulmate. If that mess worked out, you could save Greer. Mom said. Luke's got a soulmate? I asked, feeling thrilled for the kind shifter. He does. Thea's trouble. I can feel it. She's nosy and always wanted to be a reporter. But I think you'll like her, Camille. The young lady has a lot of heart. I didn't prefer to spend my time with someone that nosy, but I suppose I didn't have a choice. Kate made her pack instead of killing her. That just made me dread training Patricia, I grumbled. She's not doing so well. Kate has her locked in a cell for her own good. I think if she found her soulmate, she would have an easier time of things. I'm not Cupid, I warned. Oh, darling, you will be, Mom said. She hung up before I could protest. David entered the room and I rushed into his arms. He held me close, his heart pounding. We were put in a miserable situation. Deep down inside, I knew there was no way for Greer to escape her fate. She was always going to be a pawn. I couldn't even wish death on Sharon, since she had the antidote. The only thing that would convince her to give it to us was killing Ryan Brackstone. We'd be killed if we attempted it on our own. What's the plan? David asked. I appreciated that he knew me well enough to not offer platitudes like, we'll get through this, or everything's gonna be okay. Mom thinks if we find Greer's soulmate, it'll buy her time. While her bond makes her stronger, we'll go back to Pack territory and ask Kate for help. He won't know what kind of poison was used unless a few of the experts can smell it, I explained. Are you confident that you can find Greer's soulmate? David asked. Yes, but it's going to be a challenge. We'll die if we attempt it alone. I'll need either Summer or Cade, Mom, and Maura. Would Caden leave his territory? David wondered. To save a packmate? Yes, I said. When should we leave? David asked. Tomorrow. A jet's going to be chartered for us. I'm sensing that Greer's soulmate is somewhere cold. It's snowing where he is being held, I said. Before I could say any more, my door slammed open. I released David and faced my sister. A nap did her some good. She was munching on one of the double chocolate chip cookies she baked the day before. Her hair was up in a bun. Sharon left us no money. How are we going to get groceries or supplies? She wondered. Don't worry about that. Do you want to kill Ryan Brackstone? She asked. David and I both nodded. If I weren't sick, would you have attempted it on your own? I sighed. Probably not. Why are you asking? Greer shot me a soft expression. Camille, getting to know you was the best thing that ever happened to me. You may be grumpy, distant, and annoying at times. But you're warm, kind, the best sister ever. I can't allow you to risk yourself for me. I've accepted that this is the end for me. I don't want to die, but I don't want anyone risking their lives for me. You'll get stronger and kill Ryan Brackstone when the time's right. You aren't going to convince me to change my mind. So let's spend the holiday enjoying ourselves, Greer suggested. Okay, I replied. My sister finished off her cookie and wrapped me in a tight hug. I petted her back, not accustomed to being close to someone who wasn't my soulmate. She was sad and resigned. Her emotions started overwhelming my body, so I pulled away. Enough of that, I snapped. Greer grinned and turned to David. I like you for my sister, David. Thanks for all the times you... Nope,
You have plenty of life to live. How about we watch a horrible Christmas movie and order pizza? I know where Sharon hides her cash," David said.
"Sounds like a deal." Greer chuckled. She also gave David a hug that he tolerated, because he loves Greer the way I did. She was Peck. She rushed from the room, and David rubbed his eyes.
"Why did you agree to her crazy wishes?"
he asked. I snorted. "I lied. We're gonna do everything we can to save her." David pulled me into his arms. The emotion that once overwhelmed me faded away. I looked into his beautiful eyes and warmth caressed my soul. "I feel like I'm stating the obvious, but I'm in love with you, David Jabber." David smiled.
"I love you too, Camille Drake."
Our lips were in a frenzy, our bodies locking together. I wanted to claim him so badly that I thought I would scream. David pulled back from my lips and his eyes met mine.
"You want to be with me forever?"
he asked. "Of course. I wanted that from day one." He kissed my nose.
"I'd rather not claim you now. I don't have a ring to give you. You deserve a romantic proposal, Camille,"
he said. Then his lips were on mine again. I held my stubborn holder close, knowing that he thought I deserved the universe. After minutes of getting worked back up again, David pulled away from me.
"I missed sleeping next to you,"
he said. "Me too. At least we can do that tonight," I said. David smiled and linked fingers with me.
"Let's order some pizza. I'm starving."
Chapter 16. Christmas Day. My eyes flew open and I sat up in bed. David was awake, his eyes watching me. I yawned and stretched. Then my nose picked up the heavenly smell of frying bacon. True to David's word, he tracked down Sharon's hidden stash of cash, which included a couple of credit cards. None of us felt bad for charging them to have groceries delivered to the house in the Napa Valley. The urge to search for the Northern Lights bugged me. And what did it have to do with Yellowknife? My mother had encouraged me to start going online, reading articles, seeing what my mind could come up with. I sighed, picked up my phone and typed in, "Northern Lights, Yellowknife." I came up with a town in the Northern Territories of Canada. Was that where Greer's fated mate lived? I wouldn't be so sure, but it was a heck of a flight there. At least I'd be making the trek with my alpha male and female beside me. My alphas didn't know it yet, but they were being dragged along for this adventure. I didn't think we could do it without either of them.
"Greer has been baking all morning. Her singing is a lot better than ours. She's really in the Christmas spirit,"
David said. "Maybe we should dig out the ugly sweaters your mother forced us to wear," I dryly suggested.
"I didn't get you anything. I didn't feel comfortable buying you a gift with Mom's credit card,"
David admitted. "Good. I would have thought it was tacky if you did, since we both hate the woman. Now, ready to break it to Greer that we're not spending the whole day watching Hallmark movies?" I asked. David shook his head.
"Unless we sell it to her, she isn't going to want to leave the house."
"I think I know how to sell it to her," I said. I headed to the shower and took the quickest one I could manage. Then I changed into yoga pants and the horrible Christmas sweater. It wasn't because I enjoyed wearing something so hideous. It was the warmest item I had in the stupid closet. I left the room and headed toward the kitchen. Greer squealed when she saw my outfit. "I love it, sis. You're in the Christmas spirit." "And so are you," I dryly remarked. There was no way in hell we could eat the amount of food Greer made. Aside from the treats we were already working our way through, she made cinnamon buns, muffins, Christmas cookies, caramel, chocolate chip brownies, and a pound cake.
At least there was bacon along with a pile of sweets. I, myself, didn't think I could indulge anymore. My stomach was begging me to eat something green and leafy. "Who is eating all this?" I asked. Greer clapped. "I figured we could freeze most of this and eat it as we go. We all know I'm not getting any better. Enough baked goods to last the rest of my life. Literally." "I see you're also wearing a Christmas sweater," I commented. "I may hate Sharon, but she does have good taste in Christmas sweaters," Greer said. David entered, and like the stubborn guy he was, he wore jeans and a t-shirt. I guessed he wasn't trying to be practical for the trip ahead. "Great news, Greer. We decided that we aren't going to spend the rest of your life here," I said. I tried to force cheer into my voice, but that seriously wasn't me. "Where are we going?" my sister asked. "We're flying to New Hampshire." Cade and Summer insisted. Her father chartered a Gulfstream. "I think it's landing on the private airstrip in an hour. Can you get all these baked goods packed up into Tupperware containers? I'm sure our pack would enjoy your cooking," I said. Greer frowned. "Summer's spending money on us? I don't think I'm comfortable. Is there a way the jet can turn around?" I tried not to shake her. "No, it's already in the air, and there's no way to tell the pilot otherwise. So pack up, Buttercup. We're going on a trip." "Okay. I'd rather not be in this house anyway. It just reminds me of the trial," Greer said before piling a plate with eggs and bacon and putting it on the island in front of me. "We still have an hour," I said, and Greer happily served David before preparing a plate with bacon and a cinnamon bun for herself. I happily ate my food, contemplating how I was going to convince my sister her life was worth fighting for. The flight from Napa Valley to Wolfen Falls, New Hampshire was peaceful. Greer slept the entire way, so I didn't have to lie to her. David and I sat side by side in the plush recliners and talked the entire flight. It was nice having him all to myself, not having to worry about censoring my words. The pilot and co-pilot kept to themselves, thankfully. They were wolf shifters from Wolfen Falls, California. They were so far removed from the politics of it all. I didn't engage the men, and hoped they didn't get dragged into our mess. I was about to spring something on Caden, but intuition told me that this was the best way to handle everything. Will we truly be expected to be betas of this pack? David wondered. If the Empress orders it, she could force us to be alphas of a random pack in Maine or something like that. I don't know how that woman thinks. All I know is that she does whatever's in her best interest, I said. Sounds like Sharon, David muttered. I think your mom is a lost soul. She's riding on a wave of vengeance. But that emotion can only last so long. She doesn't think about the future, what she's going to do after Ryan Bragstone dies. It isn't like her pride will welcome her with open arms. I have a feeling that the Katrine pride disliked Rune and Sharon as much as you did. I suspected. David nodded. Some of the pride volunteered for assassin jobs, not because they were thirsty to kill, but because it gave them an excuse to stay away. A job that would typically take a week would all of a sudden take 4 weeks. Do you think that pride wanted to be assassins? No. Once they killed someone, Rune took most of the money. I don't think anybody likes living that way. But if they have an alpha that constantly uses alpha commands, what can they really do? I wondered. I want to stay in this pack, Camille. I have no interest in being an alpha. Me neither. My brother may be kind-hearted and fair, but he's the best one for the job. He at least likes talking to people. If I were alpha female, our pack would not flourish, I said. Princess, you have to stop that. You have to promise me that after we kill Ryan Brackstone, you won't push everyone away.
It's hard to quit a habit, I teased.
But you'll try.
We'll see. What if I asked you to be less stubborn? Would you agree to work on that for me?
David nodded. If I had been less stubborn, I don't think my mother would have hurt you.
She would have. She wanted to show you the power she had over you. But when I shoved my pain back at her, she had to switch it up. I think Greer was always her ace. She had no guarantee I wouldn't figure out how to break the bracelet, I said.
If I had only killed her when I had the chance,
David said. Greer would have died. We wouldn't have known she was poisoned. It all worked out the way it was supposed to, I said.
Every time I see your scars, it's hard to think that.
I know. But think of it as a necessary evil. Had I not felt the agony when I climbed the oak, I never would have tried to shove that agony into your mother.
Sorry, Princess. I don't like seeing you in pain, and I never will. You're not going to convince me that your suffering served a purpose, he said.
I smiled at him and squeezed his hand. We talked about lighter things after that. I learned that David wasn't up to date on music. He wished he could have been able to watch TV growing up, and he had never been to the movies. I promised myself that I'd take him when things were less crazy.
You're wearing an ugly sweater?
Todd Preston asked a couple of hours later. He was standing by the pack van, his astonished eyes taking me in. It was the only warm thing I had, I explained. Zach got out of the van and pulled me into a strong hug. His relief at seeing me wasn't painful, but I still wasn't much of a hugger. I gave him a back pat, and he pulled away.
Camille, you do know we have hundreds of packmates you haven't met yet, right?
My friend asked. I heard. Thanks for getting us, I said.
Zach nodded. I do anything for my pack, and you know it. So, who's the newest member?
Greer was dancing in place, the snow making her shiver. I think that was mostly because her wolf was weak. The poison was taking effect on her. I'm Greer Meadows, and it's so great to meet all of you. I'm so happy I'm spending my last Christmas with Peck, she said. She glanced up at the evening sky and sighed in disappointment. It's too bad we didn't fly out earlier. I have plenty of baked goods on the jet.
Last Christmas? Greer, what do you mean by that? Do you have a soulmate in another pack?
Todd asked. A tear trickled down Greer's cheek. Sharon Sampson poisoned me. I've accepted my fate. I'm dying.
Zach shook his head. What are the terms?
We have to kill Ryan Brackstone, I explained.
Zach nodded. I'm in.
Me too, Todd said. No one is dying for me. I made my choice. All of you are wonderful people who deserve long lives and...
If you think we're gonna let you die, you're insane. So get into the van. Kate and Summer threw a Christmas party. You can grab something to eat before we kill the alpha,
Zach said. Chapter 17. The Last Party. Cheyenne Wilson brushed her fingertips down the front of the hideous black velvet dress she chose to wear. It was unreasonable to hope that a garment would repel the soulmate bond, but a girl could dream. The last of the dragons had arrived in the stronghold that morning. That meant that after one more horde meet and greet, she'd be free to go. Sort of. Marcus, the Dragon King, insisted that she would only be permitted to fly to Wolfen Falls, New Hampshire, the little town where her sister Summer had found refuge in. The thought of returning to the outside world where Benny the Bookie was determined to kill her made Cheyenne shudder. At least in the Dragon Lair,
The only thing she was in danger of, besides boredom, was getting hitched. "Cheyenne, you ready?" Sal, one of the dragons in charge of the single ladies, called from outside the door to the closet-sized cell. Okay, fine. The room didn't lock or have bars, but it was where she had been forced to reside for the last 2 months. "Damn straight," Cheyenne said, rushing to the door on high-heel-clad feet. The shoes would be a good weapon to use against any handsy shifters. She pulled open the door and rushed out of her room. Her heart sank when she spotted the other 2 women leaning against the wall. When she first arrived at this fortress, 10 captives, okay, fine, women, were staying in the halls. Now it was down to her and 2 overly eager bachelorettes. Unlike her, they had gone to the stronghold willingly. "Ladies, you know the drill. Walk to the head table, bow to the king, then walk around the room. Say hi to every dragon in attendance. Once you've completed that task, you can either take your meal in your quarters or in the ballroom." The women nodded, and Sal led them down the barely illuminated hallway into an elevator which they rode up to the 2nd floor. When the doors opened, the scent of cooking meat reached Cheyenne's nose. Sal stepped out, and Cheyenne allowed the 2 women to follow behind him. Because she didn't care to make friends with brainwashed people, she hadn't bothered knowing their names. None of the women or staff befriended her, and she liked it that way. Earlier on, Cheyenne had the foolish hope that if she was invisible, she could escape the stronghold. "Remember what I said," Sal insisted, as if they hadn't done this song and dance 7 times already. "Of course, Sal," the Southern Belle standing behind the dragon shifter replied. She was the mouthpiece for the duo, so it was no surprise when the woman with black hair said nothing. Cheyenne's eye roll was enough for Sal, because he escorted the women down the velvet carpet and into a ballroom with carved marble floors and scorch marks on the walls. Apparently, dragons had been known to accidentally transform in this room. There were 10 tables filled with eager men. Their gazes passed over the females as if they were a tropical island. Cheyenne didn't make eye contact with the strangers and concentrated on Sal's broad back. She wasn't about to encourage any of these thirsty men. She reached the head table and frowned. King Marcus and his wife Pamela weren't sitting alone. An unfamiliar couple sat with them, a stunning woman with red hair and a tall, muscular man with empty brown eyes. When he made eye contact with Cheyenne, his eyes filled with hatred. Cheyenne forgot about bowing to the king. She needed to know why this stranger looked like he was about to murder her. "What did I ever do to you?" she snapped, her eyes meeting his. "I think I prefer your sister. She may be a thorn in my side, but she lacks your nasty attitude," the man said in a southern accent. Sal, who had stepped aside to give the woman space to honor the king, stiffened. "My apologies, Mr. Bragstone. Cheyenne's unhappy being here. I told Summer she had till the new year to accept my terms. Her silence means that she still needs convincing," Ryan said. The redhead beside him looked put out. Cheyenne knew crap was about to hit the fan, and it was because she'd ran her big mouth again. Despite her dislike for the Southern Belle and her mouthpiece, she didn't think they deserved to be caught up in this. She gently tapped the mouthpiece on the back. When she turned to face her, Cheyenne mouthed, "Run." Thankfully, the women lifted their skirts and obeyed her command. Then she turned to face Ryan, whose eyes were hard. "What will it be, King Marcus of Dragons? Will you honor a bargain with a teenager and a small pack, or forge an alliance with the future Emperor of Wolves?" "Alpha, We should discuss this among the thunder, Sal said. The king let out a sigh. You'll take Cheyenne and leave my territory? Not right away. We have a feast to enjoy, Mr. Brackstone said. Why did Cheyenne always get herself into these situations? All she had to do was bow and leave the Dragon King's sight. But no, she had to call out the megalomaniac sitting with the dragon ruler. Caden Drake's heart raced as he led his holder to her house. The Christmas celebration with the pack had gone on without hiccups. If his siblings and David were there, it would have been a plus. But Cade knew what kept them away. Keeping the truth from Summer wasn't a good idea, but the time to tell her had eluded him. She had so many adjustments to deal with, like a growing pack, controlling parents, and her mage abilities. He'd tell his soulmate everything after Ryan Brackstone was dust. Summer eyed the front door, excitement making her pulse race. As if I claim my soulmate in her disapproving father's house, Cade thought to himself. Cade shook his head and led Summer to the surprise he'd organized. Todd Preston was seriously one of his favorite people. He walked Summer into the backyard. Her surprised smile made his heart ache. A Christmas-themed quilt was lying on the grass, each end weighed down by a vase of red roses. There was a basket of snacks in the center. Cade, Summer said, grinning. A picnic? Cade's arm left her shoulders, and he cupped her face. This spot is important to me. This is where I first realized that you were mine. Clara was supposed to befriend you, but she screwed it up. I went to your house in wolf form to be certain that you weren't a threat to my pack. The moment I sensed you, I wanted to barge into your house and make you mine. But I held back because I didn't want to scare you. I sat here in this very spot all night, trying to think of what I'd say to you. But when I was finally in front of you, I choked, and you flipped me off. Summer, knowing you has made my life thrilling, exciting, and challenging. Every day I'm grateful that you're my other half, my everything. Summer Wilson, I will love you every day of my life. Cade's gentle words brought tears to Summer's eyes. He shakily fisted a velvet box out of his pocket and got down on one knee. Summer's happy tears weren't a surprise. Like Cade, she ached every time they were separated. But the nerve still made his hand shake. Cade looked up at his holder with love-filled eyes. He took her hand in his, the tingles traveling straight to his soul. Summer, will you marry me? Yes, she said. Then a beautiful princess-cut diamond ring was slipped onto her finger. He wrapped her in his arms, her face pressed into his heart. This night had concluded the way it was supposed to. Two lovers were finally taking steps to share a life together. He pulled back from Summer and kissed her. Her mouth moved as desperately as his did. They were bound to get carried away. It was difficult, but Cade focused on his surroundings. A presence blasted into his system. He pulled away from his fiancée, who was disappointed. Cade, what's wrong? Summer asked. Camille's here. We have to talk to her. Why? Cade could tell that his holder would much rather be kissing him. He loved Camille, but they rarely had alone time. There are a few things you don't know, Cade reluctantly said. Summer scowled. What have you been hiding from me? Baby, I wasn't trying to hide anything from you. I just didn't want any of the pack to overhear me telling you. And it would have been one more thing that you had to worry about. Summer cupped his cheeks. Cade, it's all right.
I'm annoyed, but you have a point. We hardly have alone time. What is it?
After they got comfortable on the quilt, Cade walked his woman through all of the events she was unaware of. Her eyes grew wide at the existence of Greer. She scolded him when she heard Sharon's plan.
Do you think they killed Ryan Brackstone?
She asked, hope filling her eyes. I don't know, baby. Let's find out.
Chapter 18. Homecoming.
There was heavy traffic in front of the new diner in town. The sign said, Wolfen Falls Diner. I saw people in various kinds of Christmas sweaters meandering around the streets, talking, laughing, and joking with hyper children. I squeezed David's hand tightly, not wanting to become overwhelmed by the excitement. Greer, on the other hand, looked as though I gave her diamonds on a silver platter. I didn't recognize any of the people who hung around, but waved and smiled at them nevertheless. I could sense that they were pack. We entered the diner and saw my parents dressed as Mr. and Mrs. Claus. The moment my parents saw me, they rushed to hug me. I released David's hand and suffered through their group hug, glad that I could be close to them again. As soon as I pulled away from them, Dad handed me a stocking stuffed with candy. Merry Christmas, Camille. Welcome back. Your alphas will be thrilled to see you, he said. My parents gave David the same affection I got, and then he too got his stocking. When it was Greer's turn, she looked as if she wanted to run out the door. I couldn't blame her. Having a father that wanted her wasn't a part of the narrative her mother pushed on her. Hi, Greg. I swear I'm not gonna let Camille risk her life for me. I'll do everything in my power to keep her from trying to throw herself into danger just to save my life, Greer said. Then she did the last thing I expected. Greer formed a lightning bolt and held it in the palm of her hand. Camille, if you don't agree to stay on pact territory, there will be consequences. My mother looked like she wanted to throttle my sister. Dad had a different reaction. He rested his hands on her shoulders. Greer, the kindness is leaking off you. What are you gonna do with that lightning bolt, kiddo? Why don't you just relax and tell us what's going on? Greer sighed. I'll do whatever it takes to keep Camille and David safe. You can't let them do it. And do you think Camille grieving family is any better? How do you think Camille will feel when she had the means to save you and didn't? My father's question was weakening Greer's resolve. I was kind of nervous that she was still holding the lightning bolt. Hell, I hadn't even known she could channel lightning in that way. It must have been something she did purely out of instinct. I'm not worth all this trouble. I never should have existed. You have this nice, happy life here and we'd like you to be a part of that, dear. So can you please get rid of that lightning bolt? Or do you need help? Mom asked. Greer chuckled. I kind of didn't think this through. Maybe I should go outside and release it? My mother smiled, took Greer's hand, and channeled the lightning bolt. I heard a sizzling pop and the electricity vanished. When you're up to it, I'd love to train you. But you're supposed to hate me, Greer reminded my mother. She reacted by wrapping my crazy-ass sister in a hug. Jolene and David's Aunt Sabrina were the next ones to greet us. I reluctantly gave them both hugs and wished them happy holidays. When Leonard made himself visible, I smiled and waved in his direction. He gave me a thumbs up. I liked the idea of him helping me from the shadows. It protected his little girl and wife from the dangerous scheming. After greeting Jolene, she walked us to the food table, which was mostly devoured. I managed to get some turkey stuffing, mashed potatoes, and a roll, which was satisfying enough. My crazy sister had tons of Christmas cookies on her plate. Forget the fact she had tons of baked goods that made the jet look like a bakery. We sat at a table near the back and regretfully had to eat quickly. By the time we were done, I sensed Caden outside. "We've got to go," I told the group. Greer was disappointed, but she followed me as I led them outside. Summer and Caden were standing in front of us, their faces glowing with happiness. Summer had a sparkly diamond on her finger, which made me grin. Greer pulled Caden into a hug that Summer joined in on. I wasn't entirely shocked when Zach and Todd joined us. "What's the plan?" Todd asked. Summer arched a brow, unsure what the hell our friend was talking about. "There's no plan, because none of you are risking your lives for me. I'm going to kill Ryan Brackstone on my own. He'll never suspect me. I'll join his pack and act like I'm all subservient, and then I'll kill him." Caden shook his head. "If you haven't killed Ryan Brackstone, why did Sharon let you guys come back?" "Because she ran after admitting that I'm dying. She poisoned me and won't give us an antidote unless Ryan Brackstone is dead," Greer said. "Greer, go to sleep," Caden said. Todd caught her as her eyes rolled back into her head. "Kind of harsh, big bro. Why did you do that?" I asked. "Because we need to plan. Can someone tell me what's going on?" Caden asked. I explained the idea of going to the Mackenzie Mountains to find Greer's mate. Todd knew more about the area than the rest of us, since he knew pretty much everything. The guy was a sponge. He eyed me with determination. "We'll have to go to the Mackenzie Mountains in our wolf forms. We'll be too slow if we travel in our human forms." "Sounds like a plan. You say the plane's waiting for us?" Caden asked. "Sure is," I said. "We'll leave Mom and Dad in charge to look after everyone. Todd, go get Mara, Jolene, Roxanne, Larry, and Luke. We're gonna need more people in case we run into trouble," Caden said. An hour later, the group searching for Greer's soulmate was assembled. The jet had just taken off, and my half-sister was passed out in the recliner beside Todd Preston. He was her guardian for the night. Jolene was in the recliner in front of us, talking to Roxanne about something. Larry and Luke were playing cards, and Zach discussed strategy with Mara. It was important to Caden that everyone had a partner on this trip. Since Jeannie and Blake were bonded, it was dangerous to separate them. After a couple of minutes of discussing, we decided Blake was better off staying with the pack. To Summer's chagrin, her parents decided to fill in for Blake and Jeannie. Those two were in the back row getting some shut-eye. David and I sat side by side, his head leaning against the recliner. His eyes were closing, preparing to drift off to sleep. Caden walked over to me, a gentle expression on his face. "How are you, sis?" he asked. "My instincts are telling me that this is going to be a challenge, one of the biggest ones we've ever faced. I'm not sure that we'll make it out without injury. It was a good move to leave Jeannie behind." Caden nodded. I wasn't surprised by that reaction. My brother knew this wasn't going to be a picnic. My only concern was how the newest members of our pack would handle this. I checked all the emotions of the people around me, and they seemed to be resigned, anxious, or focused. If I could pick a weakest link, it was Greer. She had the ability, just not the hunger to live. Hopefully this mission gave her one. I kind of figured things wouldn't be easy. We're going to someone's territory without a plan, without knowing who or what we're facing. Camille, I believe in you and your gift. I just want to make sure you're not in pain. I'm good. David is my anchor, the one that keeps the pain away. Good. Now get some sleep, Camille. It's going to be a long night. Yellowknife's time zone is 2 hours behind the Eastern time zone.
Before I could blink, I was shoved into dreamland.
What the hell? We're here already?
Larry asked. My aching eyes slid open, and I smothered a yawn. I stretched and sat up, not surprised to discover that the plane was already on the runway.
That's what happens when the Alpha knocks us out,
Todd cheerily said. At least you can remember getting on the plane. How did I even get here? And where are we? Greer asked. My brother stood at the front of the plane, his eyes meeting each of our gazes. I didn't see any regrets in his eyes. In fact, he seemed determined, as if he'd do what it took for us to survive. The soft kid who loved to play video games had transformed into an alpha who would do anything to keep his pack safe. My brother had grown up since Landon's death. Then again, I wasn't surprised. The death of a packmate often did something like that to someone.
Listen up, everyone. I can feel the presence of other shifters in the vicinity. It's one of my alpha gifts. I can't detect them yet, but they're not wolves. Well, most of them aren't wolves. These may be hostiles. I don't know. But what I'm going to say is stay with your assigned partners. Watch each other 6. I want to come back with the 16 people that I left with. Who knows, if we're lucky, Greer's soulmate will make number 17. If he's an alpha of another pack, she might be staying behind. Either way, I want all of us to be alive.
I hate to ask questions, but what if I'm fated to a line shifter? Greer asked.
Then you're fated to a line shifter. It's rare, but that's happened before. I'm betting we're either dealing with bears, dragons, or another wolf pack.
My twin said. Greer wrung her hands. It's not too late to turn back. I've accepted my fate. And, hold the phone. Did you say we're looking for my soulmate? What for?
Being near him will make you stronger. That will buy us time so we can figure out a way to kill Ryan Brackstone,
Caden said.
How do we know that lover boy is out in the frozen tundra?
Larry asked.
I can't tell you that right now, Larry. Just trust that we have an inkling,
Cade said. I love that my brother wasn't offering to spill my secrets. He was loyal and true to me, and I'd never forget it.
Hope your source doesn't lead us into a trap, Larry said. She won't, Caden replied. Now let's go.
Chapter 19. Schemes. Dear Rune, I must admit, I played David, Camille, and Greer like fools. They thought that stupid bracelet was the only thing I had over them. Like you say, always have a backup threat. Now I'm waiting patiently in a hotel in Beverly Hills. I rented it under Sabrina's name, in case Ryan Brackstone hasn't forgotten about me. But chances are he doesn't see me as a threat. He thinks because I'm less dominant than him, I'll slink away and fade into nothing. But I won't. My only regret about sending the 3 wolves to finish off my enemy is that I'll never see him die. I'll never see the look of horror on his face when they defeat him. And the best part of it all is they need me. I'll give Greer the antidote to the poison in small doses. I'll make sure that they know who is truly boss. I tell you, Ryan Brackstone's death will be the best Christmas present of all. Love, your triumphant wife. Sharon closed the journal and caressed the cover. It was nearly midnight, and she'd ordered a bottle of champagne. The moment Ryan Brackstone was dead, her assassins would contact her. The world would be free of that alpha's madness. There was a knock on the door, and Sharon got off her plush king-size bed and walked over to it. The door suddenly opened and a fireball flew at her. The fireball crashed into the carpet, lighting it on fire. Sharon got to her feet and eyed her attacker. The Empress of the Wolfen Empire stood there, fury in her eyes. Sharon was about to say something when the woman's alpha command hit her. "Get into bed and go to sleep." As the fire began to spread, Sharon listened to the Empress's commands. She couldn't help it. She tossed back her sheets and slid in. She covered herself, hating that she had taken off those stupid earrings. Why hadn't she worn them? Annabelle let out a sigh. "Hunting you down was difficult, but I'm glad your stupidity gave me a lead. I no longer have to worry about it. Rest in peace, Sharon Sampson. May you never rise again." Annabelle shot a fireball at the dresser, and the oak wood caught fire. Sharon's eyes closed, and she fell asleep. Annabelle rushed from the building, glad that she could escape those horrible sirens. It was barely midnight, and luckily, she blended in with the terrified humans who also fled the blaze. Hunting down that foul woman took the better part of 2 weeks, but she accomplished what she came there for. At least now she knew if Ryan Braxton was eliminated, that horrid woman would never become the alpha female of the Katrine Pride. Her next stop was probably the easiest. She and her wonderful troops were on the way to Wolfen Falls, New Hampshire. She'd eliminate that alpha, since he had so many wolves under his command. In hindsight, she never should have let the Wolfen Falls, New York pack get so large. After Caden and Summer were eliminated, she'd consider leaving David and Camille alive. But it all depended on if they were more dominant than she was. Now that she had the allegiance of the dragons, those foolish teenagers were no longer at play. Annabelle thought of having Paula and Felix eliminate them, but didn't believe they could get the job done. Besides, she was still angry that they eliminated Landon, the spy who was going to give her insight on the pack. Annabelle booked it down the block and into the stretch limo that was waiting for her. Mary and Dylan were seated there, their eyes filled with relief, as if eliminating a careless lioness was any challenge for her. "Order the troops to Wolfen Falls, New Hampshire. I want to attack by 8 in the morning. I'm sure the pack stayed up late enjoying Christmas. Let's hope a few of them imbibed." Miles Rodriguez pressed his back against the wall, his pitiful human ears straining against the silence. In the chaos, he slipped away from the kitchen staff and made his way down to the prison cells. He clutched a paper bag bulging with stolen food. The dragons ate 6 meals a day and weren't in the habit of tracking their supplies. Why track food when you have enough gold to flood New York? Miles muttered to himself. Before being held hostage by the dragon shifters, he figured that the wolf shifters were the most foul creatures. Nope. Caden Drake and his bratty girlfriend Summer weren't nearly as bad as King Marcus. The man put on a front like he was honorable and true, yet he was holding 3 men captive in hopes those men would ambush one of tonight's dinner guests. Doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Sighing, Miles continued walking, his heart rate spiking at the thought of being caught by the evil king. After the king deemed him unfit to be a dragon warrior, Miles was given 2 choices: become a servant or die. Since he figured that it would only be a matter of time before an escape would be presented to him, Miles chose to be a servant. For the last 2 months, he'd been scouring the dragon stronghold, hungry for blackmail or a secret passageway. That's when he discovered King Marcus's scheme. He reached door 34 and typed in the passcode.
The king was so confident that no one would disobey his orders to explore the below-ground levels that he hadn't thought to use different passwords for the prison cells. He opened the door and tiptoed into the dark room. A hand yanked the bag out of his hand and the door slammed shut. "Trevor?" Miles asked, surprised by the change in the prisoner's behavior. The wolf shifter was usually easygoing and spent most of his time trying to convince Miles that he wouldn't harm him. "Brackstone's here," Trevor said, his voice filled with dread. "Ryan Brackstone?" While being trapped with Camille Drake in a hotel, the cranky shifter told Miles of the delusional alpha who wanted to be emperor of the shifter race. Is King Marcus about to become his subservient? Miles wondered. It depends on how dominant the Dragon King is. Considering that I nearly overpowered him with my alpha command, it's not looking good for him. "I haven't found a way out yet," Miles said, thinking that he'd rather not be a servant to a power-hungry master. "Lucky for you, the Dragon King is distracted. You could walk out the front door and no one would notice," Trevor figured. "And you want me to take you with me?" Miles guessed. "Not just me. They have Dalton, my second, and Edward, my third. Do you know what would happen if Brackstone got a hold of us? I'm the Empress's son." Trevor reminded Miles. Sympathy was pushing him to listen to the wolf shifter. Brackstone would either kill Trevor on sight or use his alpha command on him. The last thing the shifter empire needed was for Empress Annabelle to fall. And what about Caden and Summer? Miles' gut twisted when he recalled the alpha pair he ran afoul of. All Summer wanted was the location of her mother, Wanda. Had she been able to track the woman down? Miles had been knocked out by Sal and handed over to the Dragon King before he could see the outcome of her quest. When goons went missing, Miles assumed that Summer had been behind it. But Sal explained the deal he made with Paula, the Empress's second-in-command. King Marcus would take Miles and his associates off her hands for a fee. Summer was clueless of Paula's dealings. A goody two-shoes like her wouldn't have thought to go back on her word. Miles was stupid for assuming otherwise. Today, the king's invited more dragons to meet the females. I suppose it's the best time for Ryan to conquer, Miles bitterly said. Exactly. Now give me your wrist, Trevor ordered. Why? There's no way in hell you'll make the escape, human. I've seen the outside of the stronghold. It was built for creatures who could fly. You want to turn me into a wolf? Miles wanted to say hell no, but instinct was telling him that Trevor was right. How long do you have before you have to report for duty? I'm a servant, not a soldier. And it all depends. Since I'm a mediocre servant, I was put on cleanup crew. Some of the dragons like napping in the ballroom, so I have 10 hours or so. Good. Hopefully your shift is fast, Trevor said. Hold on. I never said I'd become a wolf, Miles protested. You don't have a choice, Miles. It will be difficult enough climbing down the mountain. I can't imagine doing it while carrying a human. What if I don't wake up for 3 days? Miles demanded. Hopefully that doesn't happen, Trevor said. The 2 guys I came with were turned. If King Marcus told them to lick his boots, they'd do it. I don't want anyone to have that kind of power over me. Benny the bookie had lorded his father's well-being over his head for the last 2 years. Miles hadn't been too angry because there was an end in sight. The bond between an alpha and his wolves seemed too permanent for Miles' liking. Then join a worthy alpha's pack, Trevor suggested. Like that's easy to find, Miles grumbled. Look, David Drake in Wolfen Falls, New Hampshire is a worthy alpha. He takes in refugees from the pack war without question. His blood is the only one strong enough to break Ryan Bragstone's bond with the unwilling wolves. I plan on seeking sanctuary with him once I escape. Come with me. Did everything have to come back to David Drake? Fine, Miles grumbled. He disliked the alpha pair, but he knew they would help him. Trevor moved so quickly that Miles couldn't register what happened. 1 minute, Trevor had a vice grip on his wrist. The next, pain shot up his arm like a bullet. Miles crumpled to the ground, his ears ringing. His veins caught fire, causing his throat to contract. His mouth was promptly covered by a hand. Why am I not passing out yet? Miles thought to himself. That thought then turned to a plea when it felt like a knife was carving into his spine. After what seemed like years of torture, Miles slid into unconsciousness. Chapter 20. Poison. They say that a stiff drink was the downfall of the greatest of men. Okay, fine. It wasn't like that was a direct quote from anywhere. But Cheyenne was sure that someone intelligent said it somewhere. If she got out of this matchmaking hellhole, she'd Google it. With what computer? Cheyenne didn't know. Instead, she watched from a corner where she had been relegated to standing in as Ryan Bragstone got to his feet, a champagne glass in his hand. The room filled with disappointed bachelors quieted. I'd like to toast to a fruitful alliance, Ryan said. At my expense. This dude might as well toast to me. What has Summer gotten herself into? Me too, King Marcus declared. That guy was relieved that all he had to do for a show in good faith was hand her over. Cheyenne hadn't been eager for a dragon match. Now that it was proven that she hadn't been a dragon's destined forever, she was useless to the dishonorable king. Summer was naive for striking a bargain with that fool. She should have demanded her release. They weren't the closest of sisters. But why had she been willing to abandon her? Why not call the police or... The Dragon King drank the champagne like it was a shot. The others in his pack joined them. Cheyenne was unsurprised when the king crumpled to the floor. What horrified her was that Ryan and his wife helped the king into his chair. He was alive, but unconscious. I guess your king can't hold his liquor, Ryan joked. Then the creepy man bit into his wrist and shoved it to the king's mouth. The redhead with him held the king's mouth open, and the guy reflexively drank. Nausea twisted her gut. Cheyenne looked around the place and saw that the dragons were all either passed out or heading there. Taking advantage of the distraction, Cheyenne bolted out of the room and pounded on the button to open the elevator. This was her only chance to escape. She wasn't going to stick around to learn the king's fate. She owed her kidnapper nothing. The door flew open, and she was face to face with the Southern Belle. Trisha found her mate. I tried leaving, but the outside is heavily guarded. What's your plan? Cheyenne frowned. You think I have a plan? The Southern Belle cursed. Come with me. I'll explain our situation. Figuring that following the woman was better than standing out in the hallway, Cheyenne stepped into the elevator. Her companion... Companion meant that she actually wanted this nauseatingly obedient woman's company. The elevator guest pressed 5 below level. Don't we want to go up? Shifters are blocking the exits. What happened in the ballroom? Don't leave a single detail out. Why? Cheyenne didn't owe the woman anything. If she wanted to know what befell the Dragon King, the broad should have stuck around. "Not here," the woman hissed. Then she grabbed Cheyenne's arm and pulled her out of the elevator and toward one of the rooms where the women were kept. She chose the one that was wide open. It had nothing more than a bare mattress and a dusty desk. "Do you mind letting go?" Cheyenne asked the Southern Belle. She nodded and released her. "You need to tell me what happened." "And why should I do that?" "I know more about the shifter world than you do. If I know what happened, I can help you plan our escape." Cheyenne sighed. "If you cross me, I'll give you a hard boot punch." The Southern Belle winced, but nodded in agreement. Ryan Braxton made a toast. Everyone drank. The Dragon King collapsed. Ryan Braxton bit his wrist and forced the Psycho King to drink his blood. "No," the other woman said, her cheeks going pale. "Why do you care about what happens to King Psycho?" "You don't get it, Cheyenne. Ryan Braxton is a maniac. He's trying to usurp the Empress of Wolves. When he forced the Dragon King to drink his blood, he tied the dragon's pack to him. He'll use alpha commands to force the dragons to battle the wolves and how is this my problem? Because if Braxton isn't stopped, humans will suffer." Chills crawled up and down Cheyenne's spine. Deep down, she knew that the Southern Belle was right. "What's your name?" she asked. "Trudy." "What's gonna happen to your friend?" She'll be under Ryan Braxton's command. There's nothing I can do for her." Guilt briefly flashed in Trudy's eyes before it faded. Cheyenne bit her lip. "If I conquered a dragon pack, I'd want to take stock of their possessions. That means that we have to get the hell out of here," she insisted. "I told you, the exit's being guarded. And even if it wasn't, we're on top of a mountain. How are we getting down?" "We need help. We can't call 911. We can't convince one of Braxton's men to help us. We can't. The prisoners. We should convince one of them to help us. We can bargain with them." "Yeah, right. Why would they want to help us?" "We've got to take a chance. It's our only way out, Cheyenne. If Braxton catches us, he'll turn us into wolves and we'll be trapped in his pack." "How do you know so much?" "Despite what you believe, this isn't a prison. We were allowed to converse with the staff and could go on outings. You couldn't, because the Dragon King didn't trust you. Right. So where do we go after these oh-so-helpful prisoners help us out of here?" Trudy grinned. "We escape to one of the prisoners' pack. They'll house us since we helped rescue a pack member." Cheyenne groaned. "More shifters? I want to be rid of the lot of them." The city was pretty much dead at this hour, but that's what David expected. The only unfortunate thing was that it was snowing, which meant that the northern lights couldn't be seen through the cloudy skies. Since he was a wolf, the wind didn't bother him so much. It was the uncertainty that kept him on edge. They passed a mix of rustic and modern-looking buildings, festive-looking homes, and walked toward the frozen tundra. The one benefit of traveling at night was that there was hardly a person on the streets. So when everyone stripped out of their clothing and packed it in their backpacks, no one was looking on. He shifted into his wolf, and Camille put the strap of his bag around his neck. She continued to assist everyone, and then shifted into her wolf. David had her clothes packed so she didn't need to worry about carrying a backpack. Everyone lined up in rows of 2 and began trotting toward the Mackenzie Mountains. David and Camille ran side by side, their eyes alert. The wolves ran for hours, the temperature dropping, ice crystals forming on their fur. Their alpha didn't communicate with them until the Mackenzie Mountains were looming overhead. "Guys, it's definitely dragons," Cade said. The telepathic message caught everyone by surprise. The wolves all stood, tilting their heads as if trying to figure out what they just heard. "Sorry, I just discovered I could do that 2 nights ago. So there are dragons and wolves in that mountain. The wolves are at the bottom. The dragons are in the middle. And among the dragons are an alpha pair. I think Brackstone is in there." David wanted to turn back around and think things through. If Ryan Brackstone was conquering another pack, he'd have them under his control. There was no way in hell their group was equipped to fight off dragons. Those behemoths could fly and spit fire. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets when Camille shifted into human form and dug her clothes out of his backpack. After she was dressed, she gently scratched behind his ears. "Caden, there's a hidden entrance to the dragon lair. We'll have to do this in human form," Camille said. Camille removed David's backpack so that he could shift. He quickly got dressed, the freezing temperatures making him shiver. It took a couple of minutes for everyone to shift and dress. By then, Camille and David made their way to the front. Caden and Summer took the rear to protect the pack from behind. Greer and Todd were directly behind them, Greer nervously tapping her foot. A quest to find her soulmate ended up being turned into the task of killing Ryan Brackstone. Camille took David's hand and began walking. An hour later, sweat was dripping down David's back. His hands felt like they would fall off. They scaled the mountain, using their shifter speed and strength to hold on. They reached a platform of sorts that was carved into the side of the mountain. David and Camille pulled themselves up. The platform was 20 feet long. There was a door in the center. Once the rest of the pack reached them, Camille grabbed the handle. She twisted and realized that it was locked. "Summer, can you burn the lock off?" Camille asked. Their alpha female pushed to the front and grabbed the handle. She closed her eyes and concentrated, flame shooting from her closed hands and wrapping around the doorknob. It melted off in seconds. She stuck her finger through and disengaged the lock, and the door flew open. The group filed in, the scent of cooking meat, blood, and sweat mingling in the air. They entered a foyer that was 20 feet high and had a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The walls were carved of stone, the floors having charred marks. In front of them was an elevator with a keypad in front of it. "Any guesses on the code?" Larry asked. Camille closed her eyes and walked over to the keypad. David watched as her fingers danced over the keys, pausing, then pressing a button, pausing, then hitting another button. The beeps made him nervous, as if one wrong button would alert the dragons to their existence. If they were lucky, they could take Ryan Brackstone out while he was distracted by his latest conquest. The elevator doors flew open and everyone piled in. It was a tight fit, but no one wanted to separate at this point. Camille worked the keypad again, the elevator speeding downward. "What are the odds that Ryan Brackstone is drunk?" Larry asked. "Not likely, since he's not the imbibing kind of guy. If I have to guess, he's searching for any dragons that are trying to hide from him. I'm surprised he didn't have this door guarded," Luke noted. "He probably did. I'm sure whatever guards were there ran the other way when they sniffed us out." It took a while, but the elevator soon opened, revealing 2 terrified women. Chapter 21. The battle begins. I blinked in surprise when I saw the 2 women standing in front of me.
One of them was a blonde dressed in a ball gown, and the other was a dark-haired teenager wearing a black dress. It looked like the sort of dress you would wear for a funeral. The teenager with the dark hair looked oddly familiar. Her scent smelled similar to Summer's. I knew instinctively that I was staring right at Cheyenne Wilson. I wanted to let out a groan, knowing that there was no way in hell we'd venture through the building with them too. She and her friend were both humans, liabilities, people that could be used against us. Summer rushed forward and wrapped her arms around her sister. Cheyenne buried her face in Summer's neck and held her close. When she pulled away from her sister, her eyes narrowed. "Summer, what the hell are you doing here? You aren't a dragon shifter, are you?" she demanded. "No, I'm a wolf shifter. We're here to search for Greer's soulmate. It's a long story. Have you found your fated mate?" "Listen to you talk. Fated mates? Are you kidding me? Mom let you get dragged into this mess?" Pete and Wanda walked toward their confused daughter. When she spotted them, Cheyenne's eyes went wide. "Mom, what are you doing here with Dad?" "Cheyenne, you need to calm down. We're on a mission. We'll get you out of here. We just need to do something first. Are you going to cooperate?" Wanda asked. "Cooperate? I spent the last 2 months being held hostage by crazy dragon shifters, and you want me to cooperate? I want my freedom." "And you'll get it, Cheyenne. First, we need to do what we came to do," Wanda insisted. "Fine. Can you kill Ryan Braxton while you're at it? He was going to steal me away. Can any of you take him?" Cheyenne asked. Summer nodded. "Caden and I are more dominant than he is." "I doubt it. You're just too soft and innocent to be dominant," Cheyenne said. It was only natural that Larry had to say something. "Can we just move along? The last thing we need is for Ryan to figure out what the heck we're up to." Larry snapped. The blonde shyly waved her hand. "My name's Trudy. The Dragon King has a couple of shifters imprisoned. My goal was to rescue them, in hopes they'd help us get out of here. Perhaps they can help you fight," Trudy suggested. "Yes, that's exactly who I wanted to fight by my side, malnourished prisoners." I wanted to say as much, but Caden spoke. "Everyone back into the elevator. We need to keep moving." Cheyenne crossed her arms. "I'm not going anywhere with any of your crazy people. Shifters aren't trustworthy. I had to learn that the hard way." "Will you just shut up and come with us? It's either you do as we say, or one of us has to knock you out and carry you for the whole night. What would you rather happened?" Larry snapped. "Go on, knock me out," Cheyenne challenged. "This is seriously not productive, and I know what needs to happen," I said. I dove for Cheyenne, grabbed her wrist, and bit her. She attempted to punch me in the head, but David restrained her other arm. The minute the venom reached her bloodstream, she passed out. "She deserved a choice," Wanda huffed. "No, if she's human, she becomes a liability," I said. I eyed Trudy, who reluctantly held out her wrist. I stepped forward and bit her. She also hit the floor. Thankfully, Luke and Larry swept the women into their arms, and we headed back into the elevator. I pressed the button for the lowest floor. None of us said a word as we descended. It was hard to believe that we'd ran into Cheyenne, though I should have expected it. The dragons had been keeping her hostage. When the door opened, a familiar scent made its way into my nose. Greer let out a whimper, which stunned me. Before I could ask her what was up, she rushed into the hallway, her aim for one of the cells. Did she know someone here?
I wasn't sure what was up with my sister, but we all piled out of the elevator and followed her. Todd was on her heels, taking the dedication of watching her seriously. He was the best bodyguard for my crazy sister. When we reached the cell door, I stepped forward and closed my eyes. I allowed my intuition to guide me. As soon as the door opened, 2 cents hit me. Greer rushed into the room, Todd following after her. There wasn't enough room for all of us, so David and I chose to enter the cell. The place was dank with a cot, a toilet, and a sink. The Empress's son Trevor sat on the cot. I let out a groan when I saw what Greer was doing. She was actually petting the other captive's dark hair. Miles was beside the cot, obviously going through the shift. He jerked and groaned, sweat beading his forehead. I sniffed and determined that Trevor had turned him. I take it he's your soulmate, Greer? It couldn't be that my sweet sister was seriously fated for a criminal like Miles. She put his head in her lap, her fingertips coasting over his forehead. Trevor looked on, slightly amused. It looks like they're fated. The Prince of the Wolfen Empire commented. What brings you here? David asked. My mother thought I could assassinate the Emperor wannabe after the Christmas ball. It turns out Ryan Brackstone tricked the Dragon King. So now my men and I are in danger, Trevor said. Caden rushed into the room and bit his wrist. He held it out to Trevor. I wanted to ask my brother what in the world he was doing, but he must have sensed a threat. I couldn't sense it yet. Trevor locked eyes with my brother and shook his head. Drink, Caden ordered. Trevor scowled, but took a couple of sips of Caden's blood. Then Caden knelt down beside Miles and poured some of his blood into his mouth and worked his throat so he could swallow. After that was complete, my brother straightened. Ryan Brackstone and the Dragon King are both coming this way. All the submissives, get into the cell. The rest of us will have to fight them off, my brother said. Trevor scowled. I'm not leaving my men behind. There are 2 of them in the cell across from mine. Give them your blood. I followed Kate across the hall and opened the cell for him. He rushed in, and I watched as he used his alpha command on both men. I knew my brother hated to do it, but he had become harder when Landon died. I could sense that he was accepting having to do the hard tasks. Luke and Todd carried Trudy and Cheyenne into Trevor's cell. Thankfully, Summer's parents followed closely behind them. The elevator door dinged open, and I let out a shout. I dashed forward, shoving packmates aside, knowing that they were no match for the Dragon King or Ryan Brackstone. David and Summer flanked me, their determination pushing me forward. Mara was behind us, most likely willing to strike when she found an opening. As soon as we reached Ryan Brackstone, he slow clapped. Summer, it's surprising seeing you here. I didn't think you had a fondness for dragons. I do have a fondness for my sister, though, Summer said. Brilliant. She wasn't going to reveal the real reason why we had sneaked into the dragon territory. Ryan Brackstone chuckled. I have no idea why you like her. She's rude, stupid, and can't read a room. But I do understand familial ties. The elevator opened again, and Madeline strolled out. These were good odds. I had no clue if my alpha influence would work on a dragon, and judging by the stud on his ear, he learned a trick or 2 from the lion shifters. I see you're sporting new jewelry, I said, gesturing to Ryan's left ear. Hopefully that warned Summer not to use an alpha command. Camille, you've always been wise, so I'll make you an offer. You and your precious wolves can leave in one piece, and I won't bother you. I'm not interested in any of you."
That sounded too good to be true. Besides, killing him would save Greer's life. "And you'll let the dragons go?" I asked. Ryan smiled.
"I'd be stupid to do that. Our darling empress was going to use them to flatten Wolfen Falls, New York. This entire thunder was going to attack our people, just so she could kill me."
"You're lying," Summer accused.
"He isn't," I confirmed. Ryan clapped. "Camille, I knew you always had good sense. So do you want to walk away with all your packmates and live another day?"
"What do you get out of that?"
I asked. His emotions weren't fooling me.
He wanted to be rid of us because he knew that fighting us in close quarters would be a disadvantage for him. If I had to guess, his plan was to have a couple of dragons turn us to dust as we were climbing down the mountain. For one, it would save me from dealing with that foul-mouthed Cheyenne. So what do you say? Summer moved so fast that I couldn't even say no deal. She whipped a fireball at Ryan Bragstone, and Madeline countered that with a wave of water, which David then deflected. She ended up being flattened by her own wave. Fire singed Ryan's arm, and he let out a curse. The Dragon King charged me, but I shoved Ryan Bragstone's pain at him. His blue eyes, which were glassy, cleared momentarily to my astonishment. He hit Bragstone straight in the shoulder. Since the Dragon King was wearing an earring to avoid being alpha commanded, there was nothing Ryan could do. Madeline got up and tossed a ball of lightning at the Dragon King's back. He fell face first, and she straddled him and yanked out the earring. Summer tossed another fireball at Bragstone, who ducked. I wasn't surprised when the fireball fizzled out when it hit the stone floor. David formed an icicle in his hands and tossed it at Bragstone. The evil alpha cursed when it slid into his shoulder. Madeline got to her feet and tossed a stream of icicles at us. We ducked and rolled to avoid them. I put my hands on the floor and made the floor quake. Madeline let out a shriek. Had she lost her balance and fallen? I didn't think so. The floor was hardly shaking. Larry came out of nowhere. His white wolf flew across the room and landed on top of Ryan Bragstone. He was more dominant, of course, so he flung our packmate against the wall. The elevator chimed again, warning that reinforcements were coming our way. Damn it! If I had a lightning gift or some sort of electrical gift, I would fry the circuits. But I didn't have it, which meant we'd be facing lots more dragons. I didn't really want to kill the Dragon King, since the only thing he was guilty of was falling into Ryan Bragstone's trap. So what other choice did I have? Chapter 22. Lingering Doubts. Greer sat close to her soulmate, her body filling with energy. The powerful alpha in the room was standing by Cheyenne. His eyes were tracing her face, concern showing on his face. That troublesome woman was definitely made for him. "What are your names?" Greer asked. One of the alpha's friends, a blonde with green eyes, scowled at Greer. "How do you not know who your prince is?" he asked. "She's a new turn," Todd explained. "Greer, that's Prince Trevor, Edward, and Dalton." "Why are you guys so uptight?" Greer wondered. Caden was twice as dominant as they were, and he was a lot nicer. Dalton chuckled. "Edward is the uptight one. I'm normal." "I'm not uptight. Just pissed off that things aren't going the way they're supposed to." "Why are we in here?" Edward asked. "Because the alphas are trying to protect us from Ryan Bragstone. If they could protect the less dominant members of our pack from fighting, they would. But we can't leave them to fight alone." Greer said as she got to her feet. Miles was stirring, but he wouldn't be awake anytime soon. She knew from anecdotes from Jolene and Wanda that the change took longer for humans. "Honey, they can handle it," Wanda said, although she looked kind of unsure. "Some dragons are joining the fight. I'm not going to let my siblings die out there." Greer rushed through the door, channeling all of the lessons Sharon gave her. She concentrated on being light on her feet, being unnoticed, since she only had one shot to make a difference. She reached the area of fighting and wanted to shout in horror. Caden was being surrounded by 3 bulky dragons. Summer was pinned down by Madeline Bragstone. Larry was in his wolf form, facing off with a bulky shifter that had a bloody nose. Camille and David were fighting their way out of being surrounded. Mara was slumped against the wall. She had to think on how to act. First things first, Caden was closer to her, so he needed her help. She channeled lightning and tossed it at the back of the dragon in front of her. Unfortunately, she may have used too much force because her strike sliced the man clean in half. It didn't matter. The man was an enemy, so she couldn't think of how she felt that she took a life. Instead, Greer kept on moving, hitting 2 men with bolts of lightning. They fell to the floor and began convulsing. She smiled at Caden and waved him over to Camille and David's circle. Caden used his speed to snap the neck of the closest dragon, and then Madeline looked at him. Her eyes filled with hatred and her hands rose. "Not on my watch," Greer thought to herself. She was about to channel her lightning when Todd Preston joined the fray. He was as quiet as she was. He sneaked up behind Madeline, grabbed her by the hair, and tossed her against the wall. Then he knelt down and checked Summer's pulse. She was out like a light. He scooped her into his arms and rushed from the battle area. Moments later, Roxanne, Trevor, Edward, and Dalton joined the fight. She shot lightning bolts where needed, but their pack dispatched the men that were sent to fight them off. In the end, it came down to the Dragon King, Ryan Bragstone, and Madeline, versus Caden, Camille, David, Dalton, Edward, Roxanne, Trevor, Larry, and Greer. She stood at the fringes of the battle, waiting for an opening. "Impressive, Caden. For a pup, you sure know how to command a pack," Ryan Bragstone said. He had cuts and bruises, and his arm was hanging on an awkward angle. His eyes scanned Madeline, who had blood running down her face. The Dragon King had blisters from Summer's fire magic. Their group didn't fare much better. Caden had barely a scratch on him. Camille's wrist was swollen to double its size, and David was limping. The late arrivals were mostly unharmed since they hadn't been fighting for long. "Surrender," Caden ordered. Ryan Bragstone chuckled. "To a puppy that's most likely going to be killed in the next week? Why bother? If I join your pack, the same thing that happened to your grandfather will happen to you." "My grandfather?" Kate asked. "Your parents kept everything from you. Let me give you a history lesson, puppy. Do you think that you're the most dominant alpha that ever lived? Do you think that it was by accident that your sister over there can use earth magic? I bet your sister is also an empath. As she grows up, she'll probably be a telepath too. Your grandparents were strong. Hell, both sets of grandparents had remarkable gifts. The Empress knew it. Your grandfather was my father's best friend. Thanks to that evil Empress, they're all dead. So yes, puppy, she's gunning for you. Let me guess. Paula and Felix are at your pack, kindly offering training services. Newsflash, they're spies. They're there to see how powerful you are.
Once you serve a purpose, Annabelle will order them to kill you. Why are you trying to be emperor? Why did you kill so many people? Because those people serve her. She took everything from me, so I'm going to take everything from her. Puppy, I have no beef against you, but you're her weapon, which means you have to die, Ryan said. He seemed a bit confident, as if they weren't aware of the trap. Greer's heart sank. He kind of reminded her of Sharon. What would the evil feline shifter do? How would she maneuver this so that she won either way? Greer did the one thing that people hardly ever did. She looked up. The ceiling was separating, as if a trapdoor was above them, directly over Caden. She needed to act fast. There was no way in hell she'd ever let anyone die. Greer channeled every ounce of wolf shifter power and dove for her brother. She landed on top of him, a blade sinking into her back. There was screaming, shouting, cursing. Greer felt cold, as if she had just been dumped into an ice-cold bath. She peered into her brother's eyes, his gaze filled with shock. She wanted to say something. She wanted to assure him that he was worth everything to her. She had watched him from afar for years and longed to be in his life. She was glad she knew him. A wolf howl nearly pierced her chest. She knew that sound, which was her holder, Miles Rodriguez, the man she'd never know. She was sorry she was leaving him. No, this wasn't happening again. Caden wasn't going to experience the break of the Alpha bond to a pack member. He didn't care if there were 10 assassins around him. He'd do what he could for his sister. Cade gently placed Greer face down on the tile and took a look at her wound. There was a blade sticking out of the middle of her back. He glanced up and saw Larry attempting to jump toward the ceiling. Cade used his air gift to give him a boost. He landed inside the room above them. There was a scream, a thud. Then somebody fell to the ground in front of Cade. Roxanne rushed to the area directly under the hole, jumped, caught the side, and also joined her soulmate. Cade wasn't surprised when Luke and Todd followed, not wanting to leave Larry to his fate. Caden eyed the knife and thought of something. "Camille, come here," Cade ordered. His sister thankfully listened to him. "Can you heal her?" Camille shook her head. "I think, use your alpha command to order her body to heal." Caden would try anything. He wasn't losing his sister. "Greer, I command you to heal," he said. Her body immediately jolted, the knife sliding out of her back. The wound disappeared in moments, not even spilling any large amounts of blood. Greer got to her feet, her eyes wide with surprise. "I'm alive?" she asked. "You are," Cade confirmed. "Baby bro, you don't get it. I'm alive. I feel great. The poisoning's gone because of you." Cade had a feeling that meeting Miles had a lot more to do with her recovery, but he accepted his sister's hug of gratitude, thankful that he had the chance to know her. After pulling away from Greer, he looked around to see where their enemies were. The Dragon King was being pinned down by David, while the Alpha pair was looking at him fearfully. It took Caden 2 seconds to realize why. There were bloody holes on their earlobes. David must have pulled out their earrings. Cade walked over to them, his furious gaze on that miserable man. A hand touched his shoulder, halting his next steps. Mara was touching him. He could sense the pain that she felt. "Mara, I command you to heal," he said. The feline shifter gasped, but thankfully, Her discomfort faded. Now I can get back to business, Kate thought to himself. He hated doing it, but killing the evil pair was in everyone's best interest. Alpha, make them drink your blood before you kill them. If you kill them now, there will be chaos. No one knows how many shifters he conquered. That seems like a job for the Empress. I'll arrest them and... Kate, she's right. If you capture them, their followers will war with our pack. His twin's words gave him pause. She had remarkable intuition. He'd be stupid to ignore her warning. But Kate didn't want these fools anywhere near him. If he killed them now, shifters would go astray. They wouldn't be anchored without an alpha. If he gave them his blood, his instinct would be to protect them. Kate could never kill his own. He supposed he could always order them to surrender to the Empress. At least if they were linked to his pack, their followers would be too. Kate bit into his wrist and held it up to Ryan. Drink. Ryan unhappily drank his blood, hundreds of threads sliding into Kate's chest. He groaned and stepped back, the sensations nearly knocking him out. There was a scream. Then he was knocked sideways. The alpha male landed hard on his shoulder. He rolled on his back, then quickly got to his feet. Madeline was lying on the floor, a fist-sized hole in her stomach. Kate looked around and discovered Miles standing there in his wolf form. He was scowling down at Madeline, his body shaking with rage. Kaden, she has her own packs. Go on. Give her your blood, Mara pleaded. That was strange. Didn't alpha pairs share blood so they could rule over one pack? Kay didn't like the thought of touching someone who was trying to attack him when his back was turned. Sighing, he knelt on the floor, bit into his wrist, and ordered the treacherous female to drink. Once she did, the threads that sank into his heart nearly caused him to black out. Suddenly, a kiss was pressed to his forehead. You're too good for this, Cade. You always were. This will hurt for only a second, Camille said. Moments later, Ryan tried to deflect her attack, but she sent out a wave of dominance so strong that it flattened him. David flanked Ryan's other side, his gaze harsh. An icicle appeared in the air, and it impaled Ryan in the chest. Then Camille snapped the wolf's neck. At that same moment, Madeline Brackstone perished from her wounds. The pain of their bond severing was so strong that Kaden blacked out. Chapter 23. Brink of War. My eyes flickered open just as the plane landed. I was exhausted, hungry, and didn't think I could fight anymore. Last night had truly been one of the most stress-filling nights of my life. But I could sense there was war on the horizon. Mara and I had manipulated my brother into becoming emperor. He had control over a dragon thunder, a lion pride, and 5 wolf packs. I didn't know how he was handling things. His emotions were focused on keeping us all safe. He didn't give me a window into his thoughts. Despite what my mother claimed, I didn't think I would ever channel telepathy. It was too complicated of a gift, something I didn't find a use for. If I wanted to know what someone thought, I could just use an alpha command on them. As soon as the plane landed, the pilot opened the door, and I scented an unfamiliar wolf in the area. Great. We were coming home to conflict. It was 8 in the morning, and I thought I would lie in bed and sleep the day away. Boy, was I wrong. All of us filed out. Well, except for Miles, Cheyenne, and Trudy. The 3 of them had to be carried out by Luke, Todd, and Larry. The ice-cold wind did a little bit to wake me up. We were in the van, which wouldn't be able to fit all of us comfortably, but we'd make do. I ended up letting Trevor sit in my seat, since he was bigger than most of the males. His soulmate, Cheyenne, was sitting on his lap. I couldn't wait to see how she reacted to the news. The she-wolf was as hard-headed as her mother. David ended up letting me sit on his lap. He enjoyed the closeness, and I liked being held by him. Summer, who was still sporting a black eye, sat beside us, and her dad had his holder in his lap. After everyone was situated, Caden drove away from the airstrip. The unfamiliar male wolf scent was nagging everyone. But what could we do about it? The closer we went to the pack house, the stronger the wolf scent was. Kate pulled into the driveway, and I wanted to groan. My mother was standing on the porch wearing a bathrobe, her hands sparking with electricity. 5 wolf shifters were in front of her, their postures aggressive. "Why is my dad here?" Edward asked. "Because the Empress is here to tie up loose ends," I replied. All of us piled out of the van and rushed to offer my mom backup. The 5 wolves turned around, their eyes filling with shock. Trevor stepped forward and held up his hands. "Gentlemen, there's no need for this," he said. "There's definitely a need for this, traitor. You're under arrest. Your mother doesn't take too kindly to people who commit treason. Either you come with us, or we destroy the entire pack," he threatened. The end. This has been The Alpha Assassin, a YA shifter romance, the Holder Series Book 3. Written by Debbie Civil. Narrated by Lauren Rodriguez. Copyright 2023 by Debbie Civil. Production copyright by Debbie Civil.